to give something back to the country that provides us with so much. The idea was to bring focus on people that make this country great, showcasing their contributions to the community as a whole. A philosophy that not only resonates with us at Auto today, but also in partners Mahindra Auto, whose philosophy of rise is intrinsic to everything they do and build. Our first edition was a resounding success in which we focused on Nari Shakti, honoring women across a spectrum of fields and disciplines that have dominated in their area. May we have the video of the last season, please?
As an ode to the undaunting spirit of women born with relentless determination, Mahindra Auto and India Today embark on yet another eventful journey, the drivers of change.
Important pillars of our RISE philosophy is all about creating an equal opportunity for gender and diversity.
I'm really looking forward to being part of Drivers of Change and meeting these incredible women that are trailblazers.
This exciting adventure spanning 10,000 kilometers across the country. This journey from the bustling city of Mumbai was the beginning of a surreal experience. This sojourn spanning 10,000 kilometers reached its culmination on International Women's Day. The grand felicitation ceremony took place at the Grand Hyatt Mumbai on March 8, 2024 with splendor and grandeur.
So the India Today team shortlisted lots of women from across the country, and then we drove in a convoy and completed the journey and made our way back to Mumbai.
Hoping it ignites the fire within us to help support more such women across all walks of life.
Women who never left the driver's seat, irrespective of all odds. Each of the women we are celebrating today is extremely special. When you help others rise, that's when you truly rise yourself.
And I think women should not be afraid of failure. Just keep trying and persevering, because you will get there.
Gender diversity across the board and inclusive culture are one of the most important priorities that we have.
ये औरत है ये गाली गलौज नहीं दे सकती है ये सेल्स क्या करवाएगी. Give a woman an opportunity, she will prove that she can do it.
I think women have innate quality of loyalty so well, and that they bring that emotion to the subject, and that woman's touch of emotion that makes a difference.
Whether it's the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, or pollution, has all been led by men, egotistical men who refuse to change. Women need to come together to change that.
The grand ceremony was set in motion with the felicitation of everyday sheroes, women who are ushering in changes in their own small yet significant ways. The evening reached its pinnacle with the crowning moment of celebrating these incredible women, the social activist Mithil Patel from Ahmedabad, the crusader, children's rights activist Kriti Bharti from Jodhpur, leading by example, the first Veer Nari, Colonel Rabinderjeet Randhawa from Mohali, transcending boundaries with music, celebrated cellist Saskia Rao Dehas from Delhi, redefining femininity, ASP Anukriti Sharma from Muradabad, nurturing nature, the conservationist Sonia Jabbar from Naxalbari, holding the power to inspire, former DGP Asha Sinha from Ranchi, defying expectations, DGP Tejdeep Kaur Menon from Hyderabad, taking up to the skies, the scientist Tessie Thomas from Alippi, undauntingly fearless, Special Force trainer Dr. Seema Rao from Mumbai, undeterred by tribulations, social activist Virali Modi from Mumbai. The spectacular evening reaches its crescendo with the words of Mr. Anand Mahindra as a befitting close.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for making the time to attend this hallmark event. The women in my life, my mother, my sisters, my wife, and my two daughters, have always been a huge inspiration to me. In fact, I guess you could say I'm surrounded by Nari Shakti every single day. And so it gives me great joy to celebrate these women who have challenged the status quo and succeeded in making a difference across a wide spectrum of fields.
I am a driver of change.
Lovely and inspiring as always. This year, we've decided to go even bigger. This year, the spotlight is on those who have either contributed to the country and society's development or focused their efforts on preserving the rich and diverse cultural heritage of the country. Our 15 achievers are meticulously selected from every walk of life and are being honored for their incredible contribution to this nation and its people. During the course of the last few months, we have traveled 12,000 kilometers across the length and breadth of the country to meet each and every one of these exceptional awardees, to throw light on their stories that serve as an inspiration to us all. Not taking any more time, I'd like to begin and invite on stage Yogendra Pratap, editor, Order Today, and Neha Anand, VP and Head, XUV Brand Portfolio and International Marketing, Mahindra Automotive, for their introductory remarks. Welcome on stage.
A very good evening to all of you, and thank you so very much for being here with us today, for taking our time.
A very warm evening from me as well. And Neha, it just seems we were here yesterday, right on this stage, talking about some incredible stories and achievements.
Absolutely. What commitment we just saw, what commitment, what remarkable work under the theme of Nari Shakti that we celebrated last year. And this year, we're looking at an even bigger theme of celebrating Swarnim Bharat, the path to Virasat and Vikas.
This year, it was a much broader theme, and I thought, okay, at least we are narrowing it down by choosing people who have contributed in taking heritage forward and contributing to the progress of India. But the India Today editorial team came up with a short list of around 100 people. And then we went through each of those profiles along with our partners, Mahindra, and shortlisted a few. And we went out to each one of them in a convoy of XUV 700s that traversed the entire country. And last year I thought, okay, we've done 10,000 odd kilometers traveling to these women. This year, we can't better that. But finally, we ended up driving nearly 12,000 kilometers, starting from Mumbai, going to the backwaters of Kerala, seeing both the Arabian Sea as well as the Bay of Bengal, going up to the northeast this time, to the Khasi Hills, the Deccan Plateau, the hinterlands of Jharkhand. It was quite an incredible journey.
Absolutely. Over 12,000 kilometers we traveled in the XUV 700s to understand the work, experience the enthusiasm that each of these remarkable individuals who we're going to recognize today was conducting. And I think what a heartwarming journey that was.
One of the vehicles that we took is parked outside. The very vehicle that traveled these 12,000 odd kilometers But next to us here, this time, we have a different car, right?
Absolutely. So while we celebrated this entire journey, it's also a very special day for us today in the milestone of the XUV 700. So today we've launched the special edition, the Ebony edition. This is the all-black 700. So what you have on stage is the Ebony edition. So when you get a chance later in the evening, you could kind of take a round and look around. So really a very special day for us, celebrating these 15 wonderful, remarkable individuals today, along with the milestone celebration of the Ebony edition for XUV 700.
So let's take a look at this journey, the 12,000 odd kilometer journey that we undertook. Should we have the film, please? The video.
Before we go any further, let's definitely put our hands together for these 2 seasons. It really was exciting, and I promise you, we're looking forward to a very, very interesting evening. Please put your hands together for these lovely, hard-working people who put this multiple sessions and the stories of these achievers together. Moving ahead, I'd like to now call on stage Rajesh Jejurikar, Executive Editor and CEO, Auto and Farm Sector, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, all of you. Pleasure to be here with all of you on this wonderful season 2, as we call it, of Drivers of Change. I'd actually like to start by thanking India Today and Auto Today for conceptualizing this idea and converting it into reality, and anything that in today's era can go to season 2 means you're on to something which is successful. So a season 2 is a measure of, in a way, a measure of success. And I was thinking about an event like this in the season 2. The term that came to my mind is Kal bhi, aaj bhi, kal bhi. So in a way, when India Today thinks about its branding, actually it's not India Today. It's India of the past and of today and of tomorrow. And, I know there's a very senior team from India Today here today who has to maybe think about this being a representation of a larger canvas called India. And the season 2 actually is, in a way, a perfect representation of what India is. And the reason I say that is because we are a nation which has got into modernity, technology, but embraced within the guardrails of tradition and of heritage and virasat, as it's come to be called. There is still this, let's say, call it positive push and pull between the new generation, which is embracing modernity with a lot of comfort, but not at all giving up the very Indian values and the traditions and the rituals which they hold so dear. In a way, this is the India we know. And I really think it's a tribute to the India Today group to embark on this exploration and discovery of talent across the country who is able to have this ability to navigate between tradition, modernity, technology, new age solutions for, let's call it, age-old problems. So I think it's a wonderful exploration, and we as Mahindra are really privileged to be part of this journey. It also ties in very well with who we are. So, we are a very purpose-led company, and we have a purpose which we've over time come to call RISE, which is also about, three key pillars. RISE is about driving positive change in lives of people. We're very committed to that and have been over the last 15 odd years. But the three pillars that we have for RISE actually fit perfectly with this theme. So we have the first pillar, which is RISE for an equal world. The second one is RISE to be future ready, and the third is RISE to create value. And when you see the 15 odd award winners today, you will see some of each of these three pillars in everything that they do. There are people who've done things to create equal opportunity. There are people who've done some really future-ready stuff, robotics, cutting-edge technology, all of that. And there's value creation, impact creation. So, we actually see all the three pillars of RISE so well embedded into the Virasat Se Vikas theme. So the drivers of change actually enables us to live RISE as an organization. And, being in the automotive business, we can't but love drivers of change because, there's such a beautiful fit Yogi's created for us with the branding of this called Drivers of Change. We've really been, really had fun and honored to be partnering and connecting with a drive like this. You heard Yogi say several times, and Neha as well, that the vehicles did over 12,000 kilometers in this exploration journey, as we call it. Our brand is also about what we call exploring the impossible. So, a journey of exploration and discovery of this kind is another wonderful fit with who we are. I'd just like to take a minute to congratulate all the winners. I've had the opportunity to go through the work that you've done, and it's actually quite amazing. And, to discover this talent and this quality of work in such, heterogeneous parts of the country, set in a certain culture is itself something amazing. So we, also want to take this opportunity to thank all the partners who've been part of the Virasat to Vikas journey and the drivers of change. And cheers to the spirit of New India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jejurikar, Executive Director and CEO, Auto and Farm Sector, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. We'll now begin with our first session. May I call on stage my colleague Suhani Singh, Deputy Editor, India Today, to introduce the speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so before we get the chair in order, I think I should introduce our first esteemed guest and achiever as well. Mohi Bahuddin Tagarji has taken upon himself to not just make us forget, but also well-versed with this instrument called Rudraveena. It's an ancient classical musical instrument of India. You can see it here. It's quite majestic. Ustad Bahuddin Ji's specialty lies in that he practices this rare instrument in the genre of Dhrupad, which I hope many of you are familiar with. It's one of the oldest living vocal traditions of India. A Sangeet Natak Academy Award winner and an artist who has represented this instrument and in India world over with his performances. Please let's put our hands together and extend a warm welcome to Ustad Bahuddin Tagar. In true spirit of India's heritage, Bahuddin Tagarji, if you noticed, walked barefoot. Because classical artists, when they perform, whether it's a dancer or an artist, they come barefoot. So thank you so much, Ustadji, for being here. I think when it comes to art, we rather let the instrument do the talking, or as they say, the hands do the talking, Ustadji. So many over here would be very, very eager to hear what does the Rudraveena sound like. Wow. They say hearing is believing. Thank you so much, Ustadji, for a wonderful, I think the ideal sonorous start to this event. I think I'll begin with many of us in the audience are a little bit awed by this instrument. We are familiar with the sitar, we are familiar with the tanpura, right? These are stringed instruments. This is quite majestic. I was asking you, you told me it weighs around 8 to 9 kgs, this instrument. Could you tell us what's the specialty of the Rudra Veena and what makes it stand apart from the rest?
Hello. Yeah. So Rudra stands for Lord Shiva. And this instrument was, it came into being around the 12th century. You want this bit? Yeah, and this, hello. This is on? Hello? Yeah. So this instrument came into being around the 12th century. It's an offshoot of the Matangi Veena and the Alapani Veena and the Matta Kokila Veena before that, which was around in 600 BC. And it is basically, it is considered a yantra, a compass of measurement. So what happens with the veena is when you have the augmented and the diminished notes in the raga, you can play them on the veena, find the correct positions. Like there is a difference between the ray of the todi and the ray of the bhairav. So that difference of how many 20 cents or 25 cents can be measured on the veena, and then you can, and then the vocalist can play it back again. And Rudra also stands for Shiva, and also Rudra means it is a kind of a instrument which cries out to you. So it has a voice that cries out in a way of a calling or in a way of getting your attention. So it's a very primordial kind of a sound. If I explain the instrument, if you look at...
How many strings does it have?
It has basically 4 main strings, 3 chikari strings, and 1 lara string, which is like a drone string. Which is like a drone string over here. And this is like a, it looks like a, it's called a brahmari, so it has to continuously, like the sound of a bee. The construction of the veena is such that if you look at this, there is a long dandi or a stem and 2 gourds. So now this is what the person who made, because I think he was probably a upasaka of Shiva. So he said that Shiva has made this, and he said this is what occurred to Shiva when he saw goddess Parvati lying with her hands open. So the long dandi is the hand of goddess Parvati. The 2 gourds are the breast of Parvati. They are also Brahma and Vishnu. He took her broken bangles and put the frets. He pulled 7 long strands of his hair and put 7 strings. He put 7 pegs over here, which represent the Saptarishi, or the constellation of 7 stars. They placed a bridge over here, from which we get the tonal quality. that is Goddess Saraswati, the vehicle of Goddess Saraswati, the peacock. And you have two openings over here, which are called the navel openings or the Nabhi Kamal. So, and you have a first fret over here, which is adorned with two elephants, because the gates of heaven have the two elephants, and this is where it seems the heaven begins with the sound. So that's how. You have a Vasuki over here, which is the snake god, and also the snake that churned the ocean. So
it's basically unlike anything that's there in Indian performing arts, isn't it?
It was made from, I think, from, I don't know, I mean, probably a very divine kind of thing for him to have made a veena.
Yeah. So how old were you when you started playing it, and what most struck you about it?
So I began quite late. I began after the age of 16. So before that, I was just a general school boy. I went to school in Chembur, went to St. Xavier's, studied, went through my routine of jazz, pop, rock, everything, metal, AC/DC, all the stuff. And slowly I gravitated towards ghazal, khyal, thumri, tappa, and then came towards Dhrupad. And in '86, I had a tour with my father, where I was just playing the tanpura behind. I just went around with him for 3 months. And it occurred to me that this is something I want to spend my life with, because it didn't have a beginning and an end. And it has no, there was no question of you have to prove yourself or to be something. It was just for the sake of enjoyment, and I wanted to do that.
And were you at any point daunted by it? Because it can be a very imposing instrument, isn't it?
So, I mean, I never decided to play the veena. I told my father I want to learn the music, and he said, and I asked, what should I do? Should I do dance? Should I do painting? Should I do music? Should I do play pakhavaj, play sitar, surbhar, whatever? He said, you play the veena. And I just gravitated towards that. I just started with that thing slowly.
So, I mean, because this is the first time I've heard of you and I've seen the instrument, if you, I guess, Google it. But if I could ask you, how many practitioners are there of the Rudra Veena right now? How many would you say?
Right now in India, there are about, you could say, roughly 8 to 9.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. And just one is a woman, Jyoti Hegde from Karnataka. Rest all male.
Why do you think there are such few? Because I think that's what makes this so rare.
I think it requires a lot of patience and a maturity to approach this kind of an instrument. It is not something that plays very flashy tunes, and it is not a it is something you have to stretch. Like an alap means you stretch something. So you stretch your imagination, you stretch the rag. And by getting to know so many differences of notes and micro notes and, nano notes, and which fits where and what goes where, I think it just takes time to understand. I mean, I can clearly say it has taken me 30 years to even understand what is exactly this instrument want out of me.
And I guess, like every artist, you'd say you're still figuring it out, isn't it?
Sorry?
You're still figuring it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you know. I mean, you know a certain part of it, but then every time when you have heard something very many years ago, either one of your ustads talked about it, and then suddenly one day you're sitting and it dawns upon you that this is what it is. So it's a continuous thing.
So, the theme of this evening is Swarnam Bharat. We're talking about Virasat and Vikas. I wanted to get a perspective from you. You come from such a rich legacy. What are the challenges of promoting an instrument which is as obscure, for the lack of a better word, as this? Do you find it hard to get people to, learn it and to be devoted to it? Are people, I mean, I know you have one of your students here. Are kids eager to learn something like this?
So I think it's privileged to be born into a music family, because you already have a background of where music is happening the whole day. Apart from that, you have to do the hard work. It was never daunting, because I never picked this up to prove a point in my life. I never picked it up that I want to do it because my father is a big musician or something. I just happened to fall in love with this art form and this medium of expression, the Rudra Veena, through this art form. So, and yes, last 20 years there have been kind of note taking. But now of recently, some students have come, younger students from the next generation and the next generation, they're all coming out to learn this instrument. Yeah. And I think the future is bright.
The future is bright.
Yes.
So how many, I know you run a Gurukul in Panvel, somewhere close to Panvel. How many students have you had so far in that Gurukul? Your father set it up, I know.
I have 4 students for Rudravina now. And besides this, we have students for vocals, another rare instrument, which is the Sur Singar. And then, and we have also begun kind of a Veena making workshop because the old generation of Veena makers are over. And I'm working with 2 new guys, one is 24 and one is 32. And I'm working with them to make newer Veenas so the next generation can.
I think this deserves a round of applause. He's not just playing the instrument, he's also making the instrument because that goes hand in hand, isn't it?
I'm not practically making it. I just know how it is made, and they are making it.
So you're making sure that it's done in the right way.
Yeah, but I think it is just a need of the hour. I mean, we require newer people to take this because they go hand in hand. If there are no instrument makers, there are going to be no players.
No players.
Yeah.
That's so well said. Yeah. We are here with Mahindra and Mahindra, and there are a few people from the government here as well. I wanted to get your perspective on what do you think corporates and the government can do to promote the Rudra Veena in general and just generally arts as well. Specifically, something like this would, I would guess, require a little bit of investment, isn't it?
And there are very clearly 2 points in my mind because one is the maker and one is the learner. So I'm thinking if there is some kind of a corpus because Rudra Veena now costs about 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakh rupees. It takes about 3 years to make. And it's about more than 6 hours of work every day. And also to mention that you cannot work in the rains because the Burma teak is swelling and so you cannot do anything. So it takes 2 to 3 years to make a Veena. So I'm trying to put together a corpus where it can be in a bank where if somebody wants a Veena, the instrument maker can be paid the entire amount. And then the student can slowly in a period of 5 years without let's say, paying extra money, just return that kind of a loan. So that is one thing. And the second thing, not just for the Veena, what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to raise a voice for all entire community of Indian classical music, musicians, so we can carry our instruments and our equipment on the plane with much less cost.
Yeah.
Because the Veena on the plane weighs 36 kilos. Wow. So you're paying about 24,000 one way. So I'm privileged. You know, people will pay for me. But for the students who are going to come in the next generation, if they're going to get only 25,000 as a concert amount, it's not possible they're going to be running around doing concerts.
Yeah, and I think, Ustadji, you'll agree that nowhere in the world has art survived without patronage, right? Yeah. Patronage is key for this.
Yeah, some kind of patronage,
yeah. Great. I think we have 5 minutes, and I would want audiences to witness Ustadji's majestic skills on the Rudra Veena. But from what I have heard, the little that I know is that the Rudra Veena has the ability to evoke a range of emotions, right? From tears to perhaps joy. But can we get a range of through your playing, the things that we can experience through the Rudra Veena?
Let me talk about the rasa thering. I think it's slightly different in different contexts. In dance, you are going to evoke it because you have a storyline. Right. In filmmaking, he's going to act and the music is going to, because they're going to use major and minor chords. But in classical music, we cannot directly address that issue because rasanubhuti has to come in the eyes, in the person who is listening to it. So even though if a marwa is a sad thing, sometimes it can convey something very beautiful.
So what will you play for us? Are you playing Hamsadhani? Are you playing marwa? Are you playing yaman? What are you playing for us?
Okay, let's see.
He's playing the Hamsadhani. I would prefer it to end it on this note, but one last thing I'd like to ask Ustadji for you to weigh in here is that since we are on the topic of Virasat and Vikas, how significant is the very rich Indian performing arts tradition to the progress of India, to the Vikas of India?
I think every art is, because I think the art is what uses the left-hand side of the brain. And I think it's something in which the me dissolves. So we don't start thinking about us. We get absorbed into something. And then we start thinking about other things and other things that we can do. So I think killing your ego is the first thing that art does. And second thing, I think it just quietens you down to a certain amount, and you just accept a whole lot of things the way they are. So I think in today's day and time, that is very much required.
Fair point. Thank you so much. Please extend again a warm applause to Ustad Bahauddin Tagarji, who is ensuring that Rudra Veena continues to be relevant and continues to shine the brightest.
Yeah. Thank you, Ustadji, very, very much. Thank you, Suhani. I'm going to use many adjectives today evening, and the one that's springing up from my heart right now for this session and for Ustadji's performance is spellbinding. Something that he said struck a chord, that arts and artists and art like this especially cannot survive in today's age without patronage. I do believe events like these and campaigns like these do something to that and serve that purpose in the long run. As the stage is being set up for the next session, I would like to request a video that celebrates the strength of, a video that celebrates the strength of women. May we have the video, please?
आपने देखा होगा आसमान को कई बार, बीच में चांद और आसपास कुछ सितारे टिमटिमाते हैं। इसीलिए चांद की बुलंद चकाचौंध में हम अक्सर तारों की खामोश रोशनी भूल जाते हैं। चांद वो जिसका हर कोई दीवाना है, जो हर किसी की फीड पर आता है, लेकिन तारों का नाम सिर्फ नींद पर ही याद आता है। जैसे वो माँ जिन्हें हम भूल जाते हैं, लेकिन वो कभी पूछना नहीं भूलती खाना खाया क्या। या वो ऑफिस कॉलीग जिसकी सुबह हमारी डेडलाइन से शुरू होती है, उसे कभी थैंक यू कहा क्या। या वो पड़ोस वाली आंटी जो हमारे घर की चाबी मुस्कुरा के रख लेती है, उनको कभी अपने घर बुलाया क्या। वो घर पे काम करने वाली दीदी, कभी उनके साथ एक कप चाय पी क्या। आइए इन तारों का शुक्रिया अदा करें हम। जब कोई पूछे हमारी रोशन जिंदगी का राज, तो इन तारों को एक एक करके सेलिब्रेट करें हम, क्योंकि बात सिर्फ वेल नोन चांद की ही नहीं, दोज हु नो अस टू वेल वाले सितारों की भी होनी चाहिए। This Women's Day, let's celebrate the quiet strength of women who rise every day and let them know they truly matter. Scan, create, celebrate.
All right. You're set? Our next session is a fireside chat on women rising in business. I'd like to call on stage the session moderator, Managing Editor, India Today Group, MG Arun, to introduce the speaker. Welcome, MG. And I apologize. Along with MG, Mr. Raj Chengappa will also be moderating this session. Please come on stage, sir. He's Group Editor, Publishing, India Today Group.
Hello? Yeah, this is right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, after that brilliant and sonorous session, let's get down to, well, business. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Arundhati Bhattacharya, Chairperson and CEO of Salesforce India and South Asia, and former Chairperson of SBI, State Bank of India. Let's give her a very warm round of applause, please. I don't know if you read her autobiography. I think she did it about 3 years ago. It was called Indomitable, a working woman's notes on work, life, and leadership. Arundhati, you have been indomitable. And let's give a very, very warm round of applause because she is the first woman chairman, or chairperson in this case, of the State Bank of India in its 200-year history. That's a tremendous achievement. It's also her birthday tomorrow. She's taken time out. She said she had to work double today so that she can spend time with her family. And that's also, thank you very much, Arundhati, for being here with us today. And if you look at Indian corporate houses, you will find that the latest statistics, which is 2023, but really came out in 2024, that only 5% of CEOs are women, while the global average is 23%. So if you take a look in India, if you have 100 CEOs, only 5 are women, 95 are men. What is the reason for this tremendous skewing, and what does corporate India need to do to change that situation?
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much to India Today for inviting me for this session. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. You know, when you are talking about percentages, you are talking about 5% CEOs. In fact, even a 5% CEO ratio for me is an improvement, in the sense that when I was in SBI and I was looking after the HR of SBI for about a year and a half, during that period I found that while our initial intake of officers, and as you know in SBI it's a birth to death kind of employment, so the initial intake was 37%. At the senior management level, it went down to 4%. Okay? So enormous leakage in the pipeline. And as for being CEOs, at that point of time, the percentage was far less. All right? Now, if I go to the global Fortune 500 companies, and at that point, SBI was amongst the global Fortune 500 companies, there were only 2 banks that had women chairmen. One was Anna Butin of Santander. And Anna Butin, by the way, also means her father was the one who established Santander. So she came into it that way. And the other one was myself. So globally, we were not much far better off. Now, today, globally, if it has come to 23%, I think, you know, India really needs to do something differently in order to ensure that women are given the kind of opportunities that they necessarily need to be given. Now, what is it that prevents women from going up? And there are a number of features. Very quickly, I would like to cover a few of them. The first thing that happens is, in India, women are positively the primary caregivers. It is true across the world, but very much so in India. And in India, there is a lot of societal pressure to ensure that you fulfill that role. Because we still are in a kind of a society where even though we may not be in joint families, but still, you know, it's a question of families being far more well aligned than they are in the Western world or the developed world. So the family pressure and the society's pressure on a woman to fulfill that primary caregiver role is still very much there. When I was in the bank, I had done an informal survey to see which are the times when women fall away from the workforce. And while the falling away of women during childbirth and early childhood was uniform across the globe, in India, there were 2 other periods of time when women were falling away. One was when their kids were between the classes of 9 to 12. because that's when they are all supposed to be appearing for their competitive exams, and it is expected that the mother will be around in order to be their chauffeur, be the person who wakes them at 3:30 in the night, be the person who provides the complan and holds their hands, be the person to, egg them on and give them that, that comfort that, they are doing the right things. So the mother is very much expected to be around. In case the child does not get through these competitive exams and the mother is not around, the mother then starts feeling a huge amount of guilt that she did not make it possible for her child to be able to get these opportunities. So that is the second time, in their lives when they fall away. And the last period that they fall away in is when either parents or parents-in-law fall sick, mainly because geriatric care in India is not sufficient. Whatever is available is extremely costly. Ultimately, it needs to be done at home. And even here, women feel a great sense of guilt because many of these people are the ones that allowed them to build their careers in the first place. And therefore, when they need support, to leave them in the hands of caretakers and go away to office, very often women feel too guilty to do that. And the net result is that they give up their careers. And that's the reason why, when I was chairman of SBI, I had created this 2-year sabbatical for both childcare and elderly care. Now, for elderly care, I don't think there is any other organization that gives that opportunity. But I had created that sabbatical because it was very important. And I know for a fact that many a career has been saved because of it. Because when somebody falls sick, you don't really know at what point of time, that this caregiving will no longer be required. And there was, in fact, a lady who came and told me that after 22 years in my career, my mother-in-law fell sick. She had supported me all the while. I could not leave her at home and come to office. I would have given up my work if it had not been for the sabbatical. I took a year's sabbatical. Unfortunately, she passed away in 3 months' time. And I came back and started working. But for those 3 months, I would have destroyed a career of 22 years. Because I didn't really know at that point of time how long she would need support. So, what I think is required, if you leave all of this aside, what is required is empathy in the workplace. That's the first thing. There has to be empathy in the workplace to understand the period of time that this woman needs support. If you, by the way, provide that kind of support, the woman comes back doubly loyal to the organization. And again, I have seen that happen. There was this one lady who needed support because her only child was in the US and was going through a very hard time. She wanted 4 months off. And in the bank, in the PSUs, giving 4 months off was unheard of. Even if you took more than a week, people used to wonder what the hell. That means you're a slacker. You're not working well enough. I gave her 4 months off, but when she came back, the amount of work that she delivered is unbelievable.
Wow.
If you look at the Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, she delivered the entire program, led that entire program because she was that loyal to the bank. So one thing is empathy and the need to be a little more flexible with them. The second thing I think that we also need to understand is whatever we say, we all have unconscious bias. I didn't know I had it myself till I came to Salesforce, where it is mandatory for us to undergo an unconscious bias training before we can take any interview. And when I was going through that training, I realized myself that the set of questions I was asking male candidates was materially different from the set of questions I was asking women candidates. And that should not have been the case. I should have been asking them the same kind of questions. I wasn't. So even I was personally, unconsciously biased. So we need to realize every one of us have biases, and unless we can get rid of them, women are not going to get the same opportunities. That's a fact of the matter. So empathy, unconscious bias, and last but not least from the women themselves, there is a need to start taking more risks and to step forward. Very often women are their own worst enemies because they keep second guessing whether they are ready for a position, whether they should go ahead and volunteer for it or not, whether they will be, shortchanging their family or the office. they second guess themselves way too much. It is important for the women themselves to step up. I think if we really work on these three areas, we will see many more women coming up in the corporate ladder.
Let's give a very warm round of applause for that answer. I think you summed it up brilliantly. MG, you have a question?
Yeah, Raj, I wanted to ask Ms. Bhattacharya about something that we often ask women professionals, particularly, about the work-life balance. Which is sometimes it seems an odd question, but at the end of the day, it is true that women battle a whole lot of things at home as well as the workplace. As in your case, in the initial days of your career, you have shared with us how you had to work in remote areas and you had to travel extremely long distances and the kind of support you received from your family. Could you recount some of those experiences and let us know if there is something really like a work-life balance that's possible in today's world for a woman?
So, I don't really believe in this compartmentalization of work-life balance. I think you need to prioritize work at certain times and family at other times. And the way you can prioritize that is if you have a really good supportive team, both at work and at home. It is, there's no point in talking about teamwork only in the office space. You need teamwork at home as well. If you don't have teamwork at home, and teamwork at home means the caregivers, the people who work for us at home, your spouse, your neighbors, your colleagues' spouses, your friends, all of them need to be, your team at work, at home. And if you don't have that, then it's very, very difficult to manage. The second thing I think, you need to do and make a habit of it is, when you need help, please ask for it. Many a times we don't do that. We know we need help, but we hold back because we are embarrassed. We don't want to ask for it. Doesn't work. And last but not least, I think, we also need to understand that, when we are talking about work-life balance, if you are really and truly, interested or passionate about what you are doing, you will do well in both. You can't do well at home and badly at work, or badly at home and well at work. The person who works well in both situations is really the balanced person. And it's not true that they are doing everything equally well at the same time. And why we don't do that is, many a times we have a controlling nature. We are not willing to give up control. I know lots and lots of women who will give up control in the office, but they will not give up control of the kitchen. Frankly speaking, it doesn't make any sense. There's a book called Don't Sweat the Small Things. And I think they speak exactly to what we need to do. We should stop sweating the small things. I really don't know what is the menu today. I leave it all to the persons who take care of my house. And I think, I have not suffered for it. So the fact is, you need to know what to give up and what not to give up. The same thing in the office. In the office, if you think you are going to be totally controlling whatever is the target you are being given, you are the only person who knows how to achieve it, or you are the only person who knows, at what stage an opportunity is, then you are looking for trouble. Absolutely looking for trouble. Because you cannot be everywhere at all times. So when you are stepping away from work, for whatever reason, the team should be able to cover that breach without you being missed. And that's why I often say, that your absence shouldn't be missed, but your presence should be felt. If you can do that, then I'm telling you, all of this talk about work-life balance itself, it works itself out automatically.
One of the things, Arundhati, is that this is drivers of change. And one of the areas that really requires change is women's access to capital. There seems to be a bias on that front. And you've handled the largest bank in India. What would you say needs to be done to ensure that they get a fair game in this?
So women's access to capital, actually one of the reasons, of course, is that women are really not owners of assets to the extent that we want them to be. At one point of time, I had taken certain, of course, this was a number of years back, that only 1% of the real estate in the world is actually in the name of women alone. Okay, it's
Really?
as bad as that. One of the reasons why we started a campaign when I was in SBI, we started what we called Har Ghar. Har Ghar in English would be HER, meaning her house. In Hindi, it would be Har Ghar, means every house. Okay, Har means every in Hindi. So Har Ghar was actually the campaign that we started. And we said wherever it is only a woman taking a loan or the woman's name is first in a loan document, we will give them 5 basis points off. Of course, there was a lot of lampooning about it in the newspapers because they said at the end of the day, 5 basis points will only get you a tin of rasgulla at the end of the term. But whatever it is, after about a year and a half, we found 23% of the loans actually had the names of women in them as the first name, which I think was a great improvement. So the thing is, basic thing is, first of all, women don't own assets. Second thing is, even where women do own assets, very few of them will actually use it in order to raise leverage or raise loans without first talking to their people at home. Okay? And the moment they talk to the people at home, especially the men folk immediately will tell you, no, it's too risky, don't do it. If it was their job, they wouldn't think it's risky. If it's the woman doing it, they think it's too risky. Now, that's just the way society is. And actually speaking, if you don't have any kind of collateral, raising capital is always a problem. First and foremost, you have to convince people that for you, the priority will not be only your family, it will also be your work. And if they are giving you either a loan or equity, they need to be convinced that you are actually going to look after it with all your, attention, the same way any other man would. So this is basically what is stopping women from accessing capital as they need to. Now, frankly, the government has done a lot. The government has done a lot by creating all kinds of schemes that allows women to access capital, but it is still small amount. These are not bigger loans. For getting the bigger loans, actually, again, it's up to us and also our male allies to make sure that we are able to convince people that yes, when we take up a job, we take it up really, really seriously, and we mean to do what we are saying we'll do with all seriousness. And actually speaking, it is the case. When women actually take these risks, they take it after a lot of thought, and they carry through with it. But it's just that, we need more change to come into society. We need people to empathize more with these people, to understand that these people are really making an effort. And I know of so many entrepreneurs who have started so small and they have really grown today. They are still working from home. They are still using their drawing rooms as their showrooms. But all the same, they still have been able to manage without any help from anybody, without any capital from anybody. Had they received those capital, they could have been much bigger. But the fact remains that, this is something that society has got to sort of evolve towards. And I think the only way is for the formal agencies to recognize this and to try and rely more on them to actually deliver the results.
Thank you.
Ms. Bhattacharya, one thing I wanted to ask, since we also are celebrating today some of the finest technology innovations, technology is something that is really touching, everybody's life, and with AI, it's become extremely disruptive in every facet of life. You are a person who pioneered technology in a big way at SBI, and today you are at a company which is the largest customer relationship management firm in the world. Could you tell us a little bit about how you see technology becoming disruptive, and what is that gives India the edge in technopreneurship?
So,
and you did YONO, if I'm not mistaken, the State Bank of India website that you do, or your access, you brought it during your tenure.
That's
yes.
right.
Go ahead. Yes.
So, I have always believed for a very long time now that any enterprise that doesn't have a very strong technology backbone is not going to be able to survive. Because technology today is something that is bringing about changes at a pace that is almost unimaginable. You know, we had a number of industrial revolutions. Today, the industrial revolution that is happening at an unimaginable pace. Whatever you know of technology today is outdated tomorrow. You saw the way, OpenAI, when they came in with their model, how quickly they got disrupted by DeepSeek. Okay? And DeepSeek, believe me, is now getting disrupted. Alibaba has already come with a model which says that they are far better able to understand the emotional responses of people than DeepSeek can. And believe me, this will only keep, getting faster and faster. Whether technology will be disruptive? Absolutely. It will be 100% disruptive. But can technology do everything? No, it can't. In fact, one of the books that was recommended by our Chief of Engineering in Salesforce, it's called Artificial Intelligence Snake Oil, AI Snake Oil. Okay, so it tells you what AI can do and what it can't do. Okay, so we need to read such books to understand what AI can do and what it can't do. But there are a lot of things that AI is able to do today, which we had not thought possible even, say, 5 years back. Mainly because today AI understands natural language. The moment somebody understands natural language and communication happens, what earlier used to be only structured data and therefore limited for the AI engine to work on, today is unstructured data, and AI has billions of data points that it can consider, which no human mind can. A human mind can take in only so many pixels of data. AI can take in an unlimited number of data. And because it can, therefore, what it throws back at us is sometimes way superior. Remember, however, that data is data. Whether it is correct data, incorrect data, whatever the data shows, AI throws back. It may not have the ability to discern what is correct and not correct, which it is now developing because it is triaging between data points in order to understand what is correct and what is not correct. So if you go to ChatGPT and ask it some questions, especially in mathematics where it's not supposed to be that strong, it will give you wrong answers. You tell them it's wrong, it will apologize profusely and try again until it comes up with the right answer. That also happens. So the fact is, today technology is very disruptive. What do we need to do? We need to lean into it. We cannot allow it like a wave to sort of drown us in it. We need to lean into it. We need to understand what it can do, how it can improve our lives. And to me, I feel what we should really think of, for AI at least, is that AI should allow humans to become more human. Because it should take away the drudgery from all our jobs. It should allow us to connect between people. Today we can't connect because we are drowned. We are drowned in information. We are drowned in channels of communication. We are drowned in all kinds of things that we need to do, which technology can absolutely take off our plate, allowing us the time to actually then connect with people. Because that, I think, is very important. So, we have to find our own way as to how we put technology to work rather than resist what is coming, rather than, stick our heads in the sand, not be an ostrich, not, believe that technology ultimately won't do anything. It will. 100% believe me, it will disrupt. And we need to sort of lean into it to understand how we can best harness it for our good.
Excellent advice. I think not only India Today, but Mahindra and every institution here should take note of that. I'm sure Mahindra must be doing it, our partners here, when it comes to AI. But final question, we are virtually run out of time. What is your advice to women professionals? What would be the 3 or 4 things you'll tell women professionals so that they can rise in business and, reach the pinnacle?
See, I think one of the things that's very important in any kind of career is resilience. Resilience to, dust yourself off and rise again. I think women have it in any case. Those who are resilient to childbirth are actually, capable of anything. So we have it in good measure. We need to put it to use. The second thing I think women have, and that is because of millennia of the way women have been treated, is the ability to listen. Okay, we listen not only to words, we listen to body language, we listen to tone, we really listen to what is being said within the words that are being said. That's our second strength. We should use it. And the third one, I think, is that we are really masters at multitasking. There are so many balls that we are juggling all the time, and believe me, most of them are glass balls. They are not wooden ones. So we can't afford any of them to drop. Okay, if you forget to pay your child's tuition fees, that child is going to get, yelled at by the school teacher. At the same time, you have to remember that you have also got to order chicken and pay for it. Otherwise, there won't be dinner on the table. You also have to remember that the boss has a deadline. So you have to give something to the boss. You also have to remember a customer has called with a particular problem and you need to solve that. So there are multiple things that we are masters at it. Now, what we are masters at, let's try to use those things, whether it be resilience, whether it be ability to listen, whether it be multitasking. Let's use those actually, use those things that have come to us because of the way that, women have been treated over centuries. Let's use that to make our place in the world. Yes, it is very important for us to get understanding from the people around us, and which is why I like to talk about women when the room is at least half or more filled with men, because we need them as our allies. There is no gainsaying that we need men as our allies. But please, at the same time, let us help ourselves to the extent possible, and let us, hang on. It is very important to hang in there. Giving up is the easiest thing in the world. It's a 3-line email saying, I'm sorry, I cannot continue with this job anymore. Please accept this as my notice for leaving the job. Very, very, very easy to do. Okay? Don't do it. Because whatever be your current problem, it is temporary. All problems have ups and downs. The problem will definitely come down in severity and intent, and you will then regret the fact that you gave up something that you fought so hard to build. So don't give up. My one last request to all, and this is to all, whether men or women, giving up is not an option. Please stay in there. Please hang in there. The way will show itself. That's the nature of things.
Ladies and gentlemen, Arundhati Bhattacharya, don't give up. That's a big message. And now I know why Indian goddesses have multiple arms, the kind of work you all do.
No, again, I don't want to, by the way, women should absolutely do away with the idea that they are incarnations of Durga. They are not. You have 2 sets of hands, or 1 set of hands. You have 1 head. And how do you get the other sets of hands? Ask for help. There are 10 other sets of hands that are willing to help you. It doesn't have to be your own. Just ask for help, believe in them. Those hands will come and work for you.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, with a very warm round of applause. Thank you very much for taking time out.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Arundhati ma'am to please stay on stage. And I invite Manjari Upadhyay, Chief Marketing Officer, Mahindra Automotive, to give her a token of her appreciation. Last but not the least, Arundhati ma'am, so many things you said resonate with most of us working women over here. I would definitely speak for myself. And there are so many things one can achieve. In fact, what can one not achieve with empathy and teamwork? Thank you so very much, ma'am. Thank you. Not only are women in the driver's seat, in boardrooms, but also behind a wheel, and this time I mean literally. Let's take a look at how Mahindra celebrated International Women's Day this year. May we have the video, please?
Women's Day is not just a hashtag. Yet, every year, we get more of them. But you know what speaks louder than hashtags? action. That's why we didn't talk about freedom this time. We chased it. We didn't tweet about empowerment. We carved it on the desert. We took higher leaps, discovered new horizons, and forged a new support system. This wasn't just another adventure for us. This was a reminder that sometimes the loudest statements are made in silence. With the simple, undeniable joy of doing something for yourself. So if you're a woman with drive like me, don't just celebrate your freedom. Live it.
Thank you. And our next session is particularly exciting. The inimitable Baman Irani is here. I'll call on stage moderator and deputy editor Suhani Singh to please take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jumana. How do I introduce my next speaker? He's like, don't introduce only. He's etched in our imaginations as Dr. JC and Dr. Virus from Munnabai MBBS and Three Idiots respectively. I personally cannot forget the feared Kishan Khurana from Khosla Ka Ghosla. In a career that's close to hitting the silver jubilee mark, he's made us laugh, he's made us cry, he's made us root against him with his villainy. But I'll say one thing, all throughout this 24, 25 years, he's made an indelible impression on our hearts with his craft. More recently, he has taken on 3 more new roles of a writer, director, and producer. His new film, The Mehta Boys, recently released in February on Amazon Prime Video, and it's really, really a sweet, affecting drama, which all of you should see if you haven't yet. And ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I request you to please extend a warm, warm welcome to the Baman Irani.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much.
What a deep voice. No, that's a voice that gets everyone's attention, isn't it? You won't mess with that voice. So, Baman sir, I'll first begin with the...
Baman. No, sir. Drop
okay.
the sir.
Okay, Baman. I'll begin with the theme of the evening is Swarnam Bharat, Virasat and Vikas. You've been associated with the industry now. I think the first role that you did was in 2001. Before that, as an audience, you've been a huge admirer of cinema. Can you give me in quick gist, how have you seen this industry of Indian cinema, which is over a century old, started here in many much in Mumbai? How have you seen it evolve and develop and progress in your journey?
So I started watching movies when I was in my mother's womb. And the thing was, it was my mother who pushed me to watch movies every single day. She must have seen my report card and said, "Iska to kuch hone wala nahi hai." So let's put him into the movies. My father had passed away before I was born, and I knew nothing of my father. The only thing I knew of my father through my mother was the films, the list of films that he watched in his lifetime. I have no other idea what my father was all about. So I've been watching films literally as a little boy, because my mom and my aunt, who brought me up, used to watch a lot of movies. And initially, it used to be very, I used to get nervous in the tragedy films. But believe it or not, one of the early films that I had seen, which was a sad movie, was a film called Mother India. And it stuck with me. It was in the old Minerva, if anybody remembers the old Minerva, yeah? Have you seen the new Minerva? It'll break your heart. The new Minerva, where we saw Sholay for 5 years, we saw Diwar and innumerable films. There is tall grass over there. There's not even a building. So I saw Mother India and the old Minerva, and it moved me. The performances, the scale, and we're talking about a farmer's story. That's what India is all about, a farmer's story and people who were taking advantage of the poor lady. And that in many ways was my mother's story. And I related to it because even as a kid, the mature conversations that took place in my house, I was witness to. My mother did not know how to sign a check, or write a check rather. She could sign a check, surely. And she was saddled with 3 little girls and me on the way. And we had a small shop called Golden Wafers. And Golden Wafers was a dukan that my father ran. Then he fell ill, and hospital bills and what have you. And people came demanding money from my mother. And she said, everyone said they're cheating you. There are no receipts for the same. She said, don't worry, I'm going to pay it, no matter how long it takes. Because someday, I will pay off this debt, and I'll give my children a good time. And I don't want anyone to point a finger at me and saying, these people owe me money. I can't be sure whether they owe me money or not, but I will not have that on my conscience. And then somebody said, you know, your mother Irani. And I kind of correlated that story with my mother's story, and I just fell in love with the movies. And she used to send me to watch the movies every single day to a cinema hall called Alexander, which was bang opposite my home. Literally, where that camera is the Alexander Cinema. And this is where we lived. And every day, sometimes the movies would change after 2 or 3 days because it was a rerun movie. It would do its main run in the Regal or the Minerva or wherever else. And the reels used to come on a cycle and we used to watch movies over there. I used to go and see Pyasa every night. I used to go and see Ben-Hur, 10 Commandments. You name the movie, I've seen it at Alexander Cinema. So what's the change, you ask me? What's the change? Sometimes I feel what I'd like to tell youngsters, the change is that there was spectacle and there was drama and there were topics that were dealt with. I think people don't pay enough attention to the writing anymore. And this is something that really bothers me. While technology, and I was listening to Arundhati ma'am a little while earlier in the waiting room. They didn't allow me to come into the room, and I'm just joking. That, technology should never take over soul. And while we've got so many tools and implements to kind of make life easy, sometimes the soul and the advent of AI might just take over that unless they start thinking soulfully, and then we're in real trouble. So I have seen that from K. Asif to Mehboob Khan to even my dear Manmohan Desai to Rishikesh Mukherjee, Bimal Roy, you name it. And we have some wonderful films today. But I think I always tell youngsters, go and see the classics. Go and see the classics, it's the best training you can have.
So since you brought up writing, he wears multiple hats. He doesn't get tired. I don't know what is he on, but he's also during COVID, Mr. Baman started script writing sessions over Zoom, and you had a lot of people signing up. So this is curious. I would think you'd start acting workshops, but you are like, no, let's hone the next generation of writers. Let's teach them the basic A to Z, of writing. What prompted that detour? Yeah.
So it started when I was wanting to direct my first film. And to direct your film, I think you should understand writing. And I'd written a script which was so beautiful that I had to throw it in the dustbin the next morning. And I started all over again. And I kept throwing that script into the dustbin till I really learned how to be a writer. And I think that was important. So I read, you name the book, I read it, but that's not good enough. I went to God knows how many workshops here and abroad. Here, very few, abroad, most of them. And then I found myself a guru. He doesn't even know he's my guru up till date. I just made him my guru. And I started learning screenwriting technique from him. And then slowly he became a co-writer on my film, The Mehta Boys. And then while I used to walk home in New York after the sessions, in fact, a whole day I would spend with him, in a place called the Players Club, where, all kinds of writers used to sit in. And it was so beautiful. There was a pub over there. I won't tell you what we did at the pub, but there was a pub over there that there was a booth that was assigned to O. Henry, the great short story writer. And we used to sit over there and write. And I'm saying, I'm blessed. I'm learning from this wonderful guy who 2-3 years after that went and won his first Oscar. And I thought I'd lose him once he won his Oscar. But I used to come home and make my notes. And whatever was in the notes, I would put into the script. And then I said to myself one day, all that I have gathered as far as information and knowledge is concerned cannot be good enough for one script. So what happened in the pandemic, some guys who I used to mentor used to call me, and I used to speak for an hour at length on the phone about their script and talk about technique and talk about structure and talk about motifs and talk about character. And then I would repeat it to another guy. And then I would repeat it to another guy. And one guy said, you're sounding very tired. I said, I'm repeating the same thing. And that's where technology kicked in, and he gave me this wonderful idea. I don't know if you've heard of this. It's something called Zoom. And I said, okay, what the hell is Zoom? He's saying you can talk to multiple people at the same time. I said, really? This is out of 2001, A Space Odyssey. And the next day, the three of them came, and I spoke to them at the same time. I said, can we bring a friend along? I said, sure. Next day, 10 turned up. By the time we went to the 10th session, we had 150 people signing up. And now we've got about 1,500.
That's amazing. That deserves,
And we've completed, I'm not very good with numbers, but we've completed 875 sessions online. And for me, that's the best thing I've ever done. That's the best thing I've ever done, because the industry we're talking about has given me everything. The very fact that I'm sitting here talking to you is thanks to the industry. But if there is anything that you can give back, you must. And I feel that there are so many people who are teaching and doing some wonderful acting sessions. There aren't very many people who do screenwriting sessions. We are a country of great stories. We are a country of great culture, and a country of great literature, and a country of great people. And we have stories. However, converting stories that you can narrate to somebody, situations, tell you a great situation. Do you know what happened to this guy? Oh my God, it should be made into a movie. Great, let's write it. What is missing is the great story can become a great synopsis, can become a great outline, but it is very tricky to write a great screenplay because you've got to break it down into very tight composite scenes that are extremely, fat-free. And that's the greatest gift that Alex Dinelaris, my guru, taught me, to make each word count, because people's attention these days is so short. So today I did a session.
Yeah, he just finished the session, and he's here for another session, talking about his journey. Vaman, when we talk about the Mehta Boys, which is on the Amazon Prime, I think you'll agree that OTT platforms and streaming have been a huge game changer for the Indian entertainment industry. It's enabled different writers, different actors. They say that talent take precedence here, right? You want to tell me, and I know Mehta Boys did a festival rounds last year before finally releasing on Amazon Prime in Feb. You want to tell me, what have you seen as the biggest changes that streaming has brought about?
I'll tell you what. Thank you to the streamers, right? I'm also, and this is the most unpopular and ungrateful thing that I'll ever say in my life, but I am a believer of watching movies in the theater. Let's put that aside, all right? However, sorry, Amazon, I can say this, but what what it has done is a script that would never make it to beat the weekend business module can get now made. People who've been, tearing their shoes, walking and doing the footwork from going from studio to studio, selling a script they may have worked on for maybe 8, 9, 7, 8, whatever amount of time, can actually get made. Actors who've been, out of the running, suddenly you realize, where the hell was this guy? Thanks to streaming. Directors with vision, you turn around and say, maybe he's not cut out to make this kind of blockbuster. Where is he? He comes out of the woodwork. Cinematographers, and I can go on and on. What is the point I'm trying to make over here? That films that do not have to beat the numbers game. The best thing about streaming is that they don't tell you numbers. But the numbers game over the weekend, and for a film of merit, a film of quality, to say it did just X amount of business, it is a flop, ergo, it is not a good film, which is a problem. Nobody is judging a film based on its box office returns on the streaming platform. But I think that's the greatest thing streaming has done for us. Films are getting made, good actors are coming out of the woodwork, good directors are coming, good writers will start coming out of the woodwork, and more important, they don't need to be dubbed as a flop film, ergo, therefore, it's not a good film. Back in the day, we've lost a giant in Shyam Benegal. Back in the day when there was no streaming, you had to go to the theater to watch an Ankur or an Ishant or a Bhumika. Do you remember those films? Fantastic films. And they would run for a limited period of time and then be shifted to the morning show, the 11:30 or the 11 o'clock matinee. Our blockbusters are taking up the 7 a.m. slot and the 3 a.m. slot. So where does a Bhumika or, you get what I'm saying? So thank you very much to the streamers.
Baman, I think another thing people don't know much about is that apart from the script writing, apart from the acting, apart from the writing, the directing, the producing, you are also associated with the Film Heritage Foundation.
Yes.
Shivendra Singh Dungarpur runs this organization. They do a lot of restoration, they do screenings, they do preservation, they buy archives of famous artists, which are found in dumps sometimes.
Sure.
You want to tell me what channeled you in that direction?
So, come on, Shivi Singh Dungarpur. I don't know if have heard of Shivi Singh Dungarpur, but just for the love of cinema, just give him a big hand, please. Come on, everybody, come on. And it's in the name, the Film Restoration, Heritage Restoration. Now, what's he doing? I had seen a musical some years ago. It was a musical called We Will Rock You. All right? I don't know if you've seen that. It ran on the West End for many, many years. It was not about Freddie Mercury and Queen, but yeah, it was. This is in a dystopian future where all music is not available anymore. Nobody's ever heard of music. So every recorded piece of music, whether it's in digital form or in cassette form or CD, people may have not even heard of that, or tape recorder spool, or vinyl, it's over. Nobody's heard music. And there is this one reincarnation, like the birth of a prophet, this little kid who is like a reincarnation of Freddie Mercury. Great story. It was a terrible musical, but that's another story. The idea is great. And that thought just struck me. And he started singing songs from his previous life. We Will Rock You and all of the Freddie, We Are the Champions and Bohemian Rhapsody and I Want to Break Free. And everybody starts believing, like it's a new religion, in the music of this kid. I think they made a movie, the guy who made Slumdog Millionaire, Danny Boyle, made a similar movie called Yesterday, which had that similar theme. And I'm saying, my God, I immediately went to movies, which I've grown up. And to imagine a world without cinema, it's so scary, right? It is so scary to realize that we'll never be able to see a Pyasa again, a Sholay again, a Godfather again, and nobody knows about it. Just that concept is scary. It's scary, it's devastating. And then Shivi, of course, I've been known for years and say, oh, I'm doing this film, baby, I have your back in whichever way you want. So now you realize how important what he is doing. Yeah. And he comes up with festivals. He did an Amitabh Bachchan festival or in a Dilip Kumar festival. And I went to the theater to watch Amar Akbar Anthony. You know, that feeling where people were clapping and singing and laughing and preempting the joke. And let me tell you, because it's a little ludicrous, my respects, Manji, ludicrous, they laughed also, but still clapped. Because the intention was so bloomin' beautiful. The scene, I don't know if you remember Amar Akbar Anthony, the opening scene is the flower lady, the mother, she gets knocked down and there's a cop, Akbar, the Kawal, and Anthony, the one and only. And they all come and say, kya hua? Khoon chahiye. Maaji phool wali, khoon beh raha hai. We need to. And they have this ridiculous thing, which you will laugh, but go ahead, no problem. All three of them are doing blood transfusion at the same time. So, Amar, Akbar, Anthony, yeah, everybody's clapping. And the blood is all going up to one little point and then going down by another wire into Mother India. Made up of Amar Akbar Anthony. I say, Mr. Manmohan Desai, hats off to you if they laughed at you, but the point you are making, it doesn't matter. It's called suspension of disbelief. We believe that there would be a miracle such as that in the medical game. So for me, imagine, we don't get to see those movies thanks to Shivi. Shivi brought them on the screen and there was chaos. Imagine she bumps her head on a rock, Nirupa Roy. And from Sai Baba's eyes, two little flames come. Deepak jalai. Oh, मैं देख सकती हूँ. It's so beautiful. But it works. It's magic. Nobody cares. Everybody laughed, but everybody clapped and everybody cried. Right. Yeah. One guy in the audience says, "Ma, kitne ungli?" It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. That kind of cinema. Imagine we'll never get to see it again. Thank you, Shivi.
But I know Vaman is being very, very generous talking about the classics. He himself, all of us will agree, has starred in many, many classics. Manabai MBBS. Yeah, how many of us have seen Manabai MBBS, right? 3 Idiots, yeah. And my personal favorite, Khosla Ka Ghosla. How does it, I know you're being very generous. And for us, many of us, Professor Virus is like embedded in our minds. Like he's like the professor that we all want, but at the same time, we don't want to confront him. But how does it feel like when you are part of some classics, right, Vaman? Everyone will stop you over here and say, we loved you in these films.
Well, I accept the love. It's just that I like to move on. And I just like to move on. And that's the truth of the matter. I don't watch my own films. I really don't. The only film I've ever watched recently again was your favorite, Khosla Ghosla, because I think there's something about that film that I just love. Have you seen Khosla Ghosla? Good fun, huh? Good fun. He was such a nalayak.
You never want to run into.
He was deliciously nalayak. Yeah, I love that character. But I don't think about it too much. I just feel there's a lot of love, and people come to take a photograph. Sometimes all they can say is, "Hello, how are you?" Munna bhai. I know, Babu. I was in it. Virus. Yeah, okay. It's so sweet.
But I know people will say, no, and it just occurs to me, is it hard to say no to Rajkumar Hirani? You've been in part of all his films, even in Donkey.
Believe me, I've tried to say no. But
Ferrari Ki Savari, even the films that he produces.
so in Sanju, for example, I was not in the film, and then he calls me up one day and said, "You're in the film." I said, "Oh God, I'll have to go and." He said, "No. Sanju is watching Munna Bhai MBBS on TV. So you're on TV as Asthana, and you're in the film." I said, "Great, that's good." He called me 2 days later. "Nahi, galat hai yaar. Galat hai yaar. Karna chahiye. And I wrote a role, and then we did something in Sanju also. I've been in every film he's done.
I think he thinks you're his good luck charm. Because all his films have done well, and we can just say Baman. No?
He doesn't need me. He doesn't need.
No, I think all of us will agree, right? Rajkumar Hirani's film becomes much, much more greater with Baman Hirani in it.
The lady is approaching the mic, so she's telling us to wind up. We got 7 minutes, 23 seconds.
No, Giovanna is now hiding. but I know these are popular films. These are films that we revisit time and again. But I want you to also touch on some of the independent films that you do.
Yes.
Like a Being Cyrus, a Let's Talk.
Sure.
Ram Madhwani's first film, who's made
Yes.
incredible Neerja, and then obviously Arya. You acted in that, Let's Talk. Is the indie spirit very much a part of Baman Hirani's DNA?
In many ways, Mehta Boys is like an indie film only. It is like an indie film. Unfortunately for me, the producer on the film was my son. And if I ask for something, "No, you can't have it." "Why? It costs too much money." And I say, "Man, do I have to go through this even now at this stage in my life?" But that's the fun of it. You can squeeze the rupee and make something special out of the lowest resource that you can have. I've got a story of Munna Bhai MBBS for you, which actually felt like an indie film, because there were no takers for this film. There were no takers. Nobody wanted to finance it. Nobody wanted to back it. Sanju had not had a hit in years. Neither had Arshad. Gracie Singh was our biggest star.
And it was Raju's first film.
Raju's first film. And this bald guy, we don't know who the hell he is. And so nobody took their salary till the movie was released. And that too, only on the condition of the movie did make money. And we had one shot, which was Balance, which was the shot at the end where there's a shadi ka mandap, and stage and flowers, and it was going to cost a lot of money. And the art director said, "नहीं, बहुत महंगा है, नहीं मांगता मत करो, लेकिन अगर करना है तो किसी की शादी में गेट क्रैश कर लो." Vinod Chopra said, "Yeah, what a wonderful idea, yaar." And next thing we know, we are actually at someone's wedding uninvited. What? Yeah. But we're hiding behind the decoration. So can you imagine? Sunil Dutt Saab, Sanju, Arshad, the director, the DOP, Vinod Chopra, Vinod Pradhan, Gracie, all are sitting there in the dark, waiting for the guests to go home. And then we jumped on stage and took the shots. So anyone who grumbles they don't have money should realize that one of India's most beloved films that we're still talking about 20 plus years later was made like this. So I always tell youngsters, don't worry about the lack of money. You can make a film on an iPhone now. The guy who made the best animated film used a free app. A free app.
Flow.
Yeah. Flow. So you asked about indie films. That was the original question. I've got 4 minutes and 3 seconds, ma'am. And they give me one rupiya ka grace. 101 rupiya grace deta. 1 minute milega. So Ram Madhwani, I was doing theatre about for 12, 14 years before that, right? And I said, picture bhi karenge, lekin for the right movie. And Ram Madhwani comes and says, I got a movie for you. I said, chalo, paise banane ka time aa gaya. So he says, we'll have to write the movie together. We'll rehearse what we've written. We'll record the rehearsal. Then we'll rewrite the movie. And this went for a year and a half. A year and a half. Okay. Then we shot the movie in 7 days. Right? In someone's house. There were only 4 people on the set. No caterer. I'm joking. And the movie got made, and I went and told Ram, when are we releasing the film? He's saying, did I not tell you? We were never going to release this film. I said, then why did we shoot this film? I was yanking his chain, actually. And he said, for you, for me, for our friends, for our family, and all this philosophical nonsense, right? And to ease the passing of time. I said, look, I'm not 90 years old, okay? And he said, he said something very beautiful, which of course I knew that this movie was never going to get a release as such. But he said, our names are in the credits, and that's why we worked hard on it, and that's all that matters. Your name is on the credit. And if it gets seen someday, then, you should be proud of it. And he's absolutely right. However, there was a guy who was watching the edit of Let's Talk, shot on a handy cam. Worked on for a year and a half. And he said, ye actor kaun hai? Don't preempt the joke. Ye actor kaun hai? Ye actor... Bamani Parthi hai? Bola, haan. Hindi bolta hai? Bola, haan, bol lega. Bhejo mere paas. He gave me a check of 2 lakhs. I said, what for? Meri ugly picture ke liye. I said, आपकी अगली पिक्चर का नाम क्या है? कहानी क्या है? मेरे पास कहानी ही नहीं है. I found a little weird, right? मेरे पास कहानी ही नहीं है. I said, then why you give me 2 lakhs? He's saying, because when I have a film and I come to you and you start working, you won't have dates to give me, Mr. Irani. I said, wow, not bad. I didn't believe him, of course. 8 months later, he called me. I said, कहानी मिल गई यारा, कहानी मिल गई, कमाल की कहानी है, कमाल. I said, पिक्चर का नाम बोलो. He said, मुन्ना भाई MBBS. Yeah. Now, the point I'm making here is it didn't matter if people saw Let's Talk or not. It doesn't matter.
No, I think the reason why I brought it up is because everybody should watch Let's Talk. It's your first feature.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how many people have even seen or even heard of this film. But thanks to that film, I got Munna by MBBS. It's as simple as that. So you put in all the effort you can into things that don't necessarily make you famous. I feel that's very important.
we have 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Plus 1 minute. Okay.
But I'd like to ask you to wind up. What was the one significant development or change you would like to see in Indian cinema now that you are part of the ecosystem, very much entrenched, not just as an actor, but even behind the cameras? As you see Indian film industry going through various changes of streaming, you spoke about cinemas, so many of them are going, especially the single screens, you have multiplexes. What is one thing that you would like to see happen?
That we nurture writers, okay? Very important. We nurture writers and make sure their name is on the credits as one of the most important contributors to the success of the film, and that they are paid well. They are not homeless kids. They aren't. They are very, very important. And I'll tell you, I understood this when I learned writing, how it can make or break a great story. It can make or break a great story. And our writers should be given pride of place. However, after time up, the 1 minute I'll use on this, is that the writers should now work hard to be worthy of that place. Because you can't say, I'm a writer and I've got a great story. You've got to write a watertight script. A watertight script that no one can refuse to produce. And the best way to judge a watertight script is when it's edited, the less that is edited from the page or other scenes that don't make it to the screen, it means your script was really watertight. Make it a script of unwasted words, lines, and scenes.
That's beautifully said. And I'm pretty sure with Baman's banner, Irani movie tone, we are going to see much, much greater work, greater scripts. I'm pretty sure that's in the works, isn't it, sir?
Thank you, Suhani.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
Teacher aa gayi, teacher aa gayi, teacher aa gayi. Principal aa gayi.
No, I'm not going to miss
Again,
a moment.
warm applause for Baman Irani.
Thank you, Pawan, so very much. Thank you, Suhani. So, request you to please stay on stage, and I request Shri Rajesh Jejurekar, Executive Director and CEO Auto and Farm Sector, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, to please come over on stage and hand over a token of our appreciation. Moving on, our next session is India's economic model for Viksit Bharat. I'd like to call on stage session moderator, managing editor, MG Arun, India Today Group. And I'd also like to call on stage Ashima Goyal, economist and emeritus professor, Indira Gandhi Institute of Development and Research. Please come on stage, ma'am.
When we talk about Viksit Bharat, it is also about a lot on the economy. And who to talk about the economy today than Dr. Ashima Goyal. She's a well-known economist. She's emeritus professor at IGIDR. She has served on several government committees, including the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. Until recently, she was a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the RBI. So today we have her here with us. And I think after a scintillating few sessions where we talked about women power, we talked about the entertainment industry, we have here, and some music, of course, we have someone to talk about the economy. Ma'am, my first question to you is, India has been clocking around 6% growth, over 6% growth. We have been an economy which has been extremely resilient. I mean, we talked about, Mrs. Bhattacharya talked about resilience. As an economy, we had been resilient through the pandemic. However, the 6.2% that we are clocking is not just probably enough to generate the kind of jobs that are required for the millions of youth that we have. What, according to you, are the things that need to be done to take India into a much higher growth trajectory?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation. And as I was telling Bowman on his way out, it's very tough for an economist to compete with an actor. But actually, I find there is a lot of interest in the Indian economy today. It's almost rivaling cricket, the scores. So 6.2 is the average growth since, say, the reform, since 1990s. But the last 3 years, 21 to 24, and the CSO has just revised the numbers, it's come in at 8.8%. But Q2, it fell to 5.6 last year. And it's turned around again to 6.2 this Q3. So I think there is the answer that when we compare India with China, we are equally large population. And we are on the kind of catch-up path. But China was able to grow above 10% for so many years. But we've not been able to do that. Our growth has been very volatile. And that is why I think that we need to break out of these silos of structural reform, development, labor market reforms. And we are stuck in that kind of paradigm and move towards what is required to smooth the kind of shocks that we face. I think in the 2010s, we had a lot of domestic policy shocks. And since the 1990s, since we opened out, we've had to face a lot of external shocks, the global financial crisis, the East Asian crisis, you name it, it's been there. But I like to say that through the after the global financial crisis, there was overstimulation, which continued too long. Then India ran into a double deficit problem. I used to have analysts who'd come to meet me and say, that is India the next Latin America? You know? But this time, after the pandemic, I think we learned, because that overstimulus led to over-tightening. So through the 2010s, we had very low growth. But now we gave a lot of stimulus. But for example, the liquidity infused had a date by which it was transient. So it didn't create poor incentives. And we smoothed growth. So it's a combination of supply-side reform, not the labor market and so on, but what is required in our context, which again, looking at China, it's that food prices, you know, agriculture, states, education, health, municipalities at the ground level. Because again, coming to this theme of virasat, I mean, we have a lot of really brilliant people. We have a very rich tradition. India used to be one of the richest economies in the world. And then we've got caught in a series of external shocks. And now if we can, and you know, facing the Trump tantrum, if we can smooth counter-cyclical policy, and the post-pandemic experience shows we can do that, then India can continue to grow.
No, it's interesting that you brought up the issue of the Trump tariffs, because that is what everybody keeps talking about. What do you think, you know, India's approach should be? Is it, I mean, there are two different opinions, views on this, you know, whereas some people would say that, you know, we should go in for our own reciprocal tariffs, you know, in case there are more tariffs. And there is also this view that we should be, you know, getting into more dialogues with them and, you know, see which are the areas where we can further drop our tariffs. And that is what we have done already.
Right. I think we have a lot of room to drop tariffs. And Trump might like to take credit, but actually we have been working towards a position. Since the reforms, we had very high tariffs, we've been lowering them. And then our industry has to struggle with various sorts of disadvantages, higher credit costs, logistics, electricity charges, and so on. So tariffs, what we have retained is to protect certain segments, especially which are labor intensive, such as agriculture and so on. But I think with the reforms we've had over the last couple of decades, a lot of these costs are coming down. I was seeing logistics costs for one industry, I'm on their board, was telling me that it's fallen from 11% to 3%, right? So that means there is room to cut tariffs and yet have a competitive industry. And lower tariffs will benefit consumers, will reduce inflation. So, but again, I think the kind of negotiation we are going in with the US government is very, very, very positive, because compared to arbitrary tariffs and counter tariffs, here are negotiated. And I always say that we need to have FTAs more with the European countries, with the US, because that is where we have current account surpluses, right? We are able to export to them. Well, we've entered into a lot of agreements with East Asian countries, but they always manage to export more to us. You know, we have deficits with them. China, we have a huge deficit. Yeah.
Right. I wanted to take your the whole thing to a different trajectory. Where, in the earlier sessions we have seen how women are also the drivers of change. I mean, this was one of our big themes last year. In fact, Mrs. Bhattacharya talked at length over a few of these issues. I wanted to understand from you, what is the kind of interest that we see women in the economics, sector. In economics as well as in research. You are a person who have published several works in several publications, and you have, are constantly in touch with a lot of people who do this. How much ahead are we in terms of, the kind of our women force in terms of these fields?
Yeah, I think that in research and academics generally, we have quite a few women because it's regarded as one of the softer, right, teaching and less travel, more flexible hours, etc. So, and also that glass ceiling, you see a lot of women rising to if they are doing good research. But a very interesting issue that I find is currently, current hot topic is women working on women. And because one of the big issues in the Indian economy is we're seeing a very large jump in women's labor force participation. Through the 2000s, we saw this fall drastically. And India had one of the lowest rates of women participation in the workforce. Maybe in research and teaching they're there, but generally, and I think Ms. Bhattacharya also talked about this, they're not there as CEOs and so on. But, and this used to be a big issue that why aren't, it was lower than Saudi Arabia or Pakistan, and so what was wrong? And recently, the very last 2-3 years, we're seeing a large rise in women's participation. So there's one lady academic who's written a book saying it's too good to be true, written a paper. So academics won't believe this. And there are a lot of them who are coming in and saying this is because of need, because of poverty, because, etc. They really lost during the pandemic and therefore. But again, I saw some very interesting research by a sociologist which said that in general, that when a family's income crosses 40,000, before that, women withdraw from the labor force. After that, they come in. And I think this is what we are seeing in India, that there is a rise in aspirations. We talk about these ladli behnas and freebies and so on, but that is not enough, right? You want to really achieve a career, to have something, make your name in something, to contribute substantially to the family, to take part in the opportunities. And I think women are beginning to do that in India.
Do you mean to say that, just doles, giving out doles to the workforce, to the women is not just enough?
Right.
But what do you think should be a kind of a charter for the government to bring in more participation of women?
So there are many issues, such as, I think they talked about this in the earlier session, more sensitivity, awareness, flexibility in work. And I think technology really aids that also, because it enables people to work from home and to continue with professional development while doing that. And I think this issue of developing women sports, in sports in small towns, where there's a very rigid social hierarchy and customs, but you see those young girls going and winning medals all over, and the family's attitudes towards what young girls can do and where they can go change. So I think, and their own sort of winning gives them so much confidence. Yeah.
A slightly different topic. All of us sitting in this room are extremely worried about, concerned about the price rises. I mean, that is something that affects everybody. And inflation has been one of the reasons why the Reserve Bank had been holding the rates so far. But we have seen that the RBI has just started reducing the rates, and now the inflation numbers also seem to be coming down, with food inflation coming down. You have been a very key votary for interest rate cuts, even in your stint with the Monetary Policy Committee. Where do you think interest rates are headed? Because that's going to be very important for not just the retail consumer, but also for entrepreneurship.
So I think that we need to acknowledge this, a great kind of strength of the economy, the institutions that we have developed, and inflation targeting is one such institution. So when it was introduced in 2016, after that oil prices fell. Indian inflation used to be almost in double digits, averaging about 8%. But in that first term of first MPC, the inflation fell to 4%. Now, when I was in the MPC, I joined just after the pandemic, and there were those supply chain bottlenecks, oil prices shot up, wheat prices, everything that we in India are very sensitive to. But despite that, the average inflation over my term, which ended last October, was 5.6%. Our inflation band is 2 to 6%, with the target at 4%. And you were saying I was a votary of rate cuts, but throughout those 4 years, I joined after the major rate cuts, so you never cut a rate. The MPC never cut the interest rates when I was there. But it is true, since June, I've been saying that real rates were too high because we could see that these food price spikes are transient. There's a very short harvest cycle. Could see with the good monsoon, they're likely to come down. And there are also many initiatives going on. The focus is on the Punjab farmer, but many states now are allowing farm gate sales and private marketing and building better infrastructure. And there's a lot of there's research that shows farmers that diversify to non-MSP crops actually make much larger profits. So one of the big constraints for the MPC over the last year was core inflation was coming down to below 4%. But food price spikes, tomatoes going at 600% and so on. So I think those big bottlenecks are coming down. And in the MPC, you have to be forward-looking. When they were not adequately forward-looking and too focused on inflation and those vegetable spikes, and they did not cut rates, real rates were above 2%. And my research shows that whenever the real rates rise like that, there is a slowdown. We saw that throughout the 2010s, investment falls, because we have a very interest-sensitive population, young people buying on credit. Then the microfinance loans, very large section, consumption loans also. So it is important that, and I think this is a big lesson that is, maybe this slowdown and the reversal as the government started spending, slowdown was cyclical. So this lesson needs to be internalized, that India's real interest rate, forward-looking, looking forward at what inflation is likely to be, should not be higher than 1%. And you're balancing a number of requirements then. You're giving a positive return to savers, but you're giving reasonable interest rates to borrowers, which stimulates demand and growth and jobs. And also, you bring down risk and volatility in the economy, because as growth volatility falls and other types of volatility, the exchange rate has been among the least volatile, even in this very, very dicey period. Then this interest spreads come down, because what the RBI or the MPC sets is just one rate. Then there are a lot of rates. The borrowers get at much higher rates, depending on the kind of risks they face, etc.
Okay, finally, just to wind up, how optimistic are you about the Indian economy? We are in the financial capital, and when the stock markets begin to tumble, as it has been doing of late, there's a positive note now for the last few days, which leads us to this question as to, is there something fundamentally changing? Is there something that we need to fundamentally do? Is there something to be worried about?
Right. So as I said, it's very exciting. Exchange rates, stock prices, growth rates, the economy is very exciting currently. But I have seen this, I've watched so many of these cycles, they're all temporary. And especially stock markets, they have become much less volatile. This is what I'm saying, is volatility goes down. The Indian economy has enough diversity, buffers, strength, for counter-cyclical policy to smooth external shocks. So whatever Trump does, we will be able to counter it, and the economy has sufficient intrinsic strengths to keep going. But industry has to have that confidence. I think they're holding back because of uncertainty. But I think we need to bring in the confidence that we can counter these shocks. We did it successfully after the pandemic, and Trump can't match the pandemic.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goyal, and
Thank
for
you
your
very much,
wonderful
ma'am.
tips on the economy. A big round of applause to Dr. Ashima Goyal, Professor, IGID.
Please give it up for Ashma Goyal, yes. And I request you to stay on stage for a minute, ma'am, while I request Shri Manjari Upadhyay, Chief Marketing Officer, Mahindra Automotive, to please come on stage and present her a token of our appreciation. Thank you. Our next session is discussion on progress through innovation, creating Swarnim Bharat. I'd like to call on stage the session moderator, Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, India Today Group, to introduce the speakers. I also call on stage Dr. Vishal Rao, oncologist, Bimal Govind MK, co-founder and CEO Gen Robotics, and Neha Juneja, co-founder and CEO India P2P. Just give us a moment, please, and we can begin the session. Thank you. Yes, we're ready to begin the session now. Please. Please welcome the speakers with a round of applause.
I think we're just waiting for one more speaker to come and then we'll start this session. It's going to be a fascinating session on innovation. Come. Vimal, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after that fascinating session on the economy, which seemed very optimistic, and let's hope that stays optimistic in the economy. We have three extraordinary individuals who have driven change in innovation and made our lives far, far better. And in no particular order, let me introduce the guests here. Dr. U.S. Vishal Rao. He's an oncologist, which means a cancer specialist, right? And a surgeon who has invented very, really remarkable a voice prosthesis, am I right, that you've done for persons suffering from throat cancer. And what this prosthesis does is that it cheats the brain into using the food pipe as a voice box. Is that scientifically correct, that I've talked about? And it's called OM. It costs $1. And that means it's about 90 rupees at the moment. And it's benefited more than 4,000 patients. And Dr. Rao has 12 other innovations. So first, let's welcome Dr. Rao to this discussion. Then, I don't want to make it ladies last, so I'm going to talk about Neha Juneja, who's a prominent social entrepreneur and the CEO of and co-founder of Greenways Appliances. Now, this is again a fascinating story. We've all seen, particularly when we reported in the past, and even now, women using the traditional mud stoves with all that smoke and wood being burnt and everything else. And Neha has come up with a really smart stove that reduces the smoke by 70%, cuts fuel usage by 65%, and thereby also brings down greenhouse gases. She's also the co-founder of another India P2P, which means people to people, I would gather. Peer-to-peer, okay. Platform aimed at providing fixed income investment opportunities for retail investors, and I think particularly women. So let's give a warm round of applause to Neha as well. And then last but not the least, we have Vimal Govind Manikandan, who is co-founder and CEO of Gen Robotics. And here again, I think this is a fascinating usage of technology and innovation. He's come out with something called the Bandicoot. And it's the world's first manhole cleaning robo, which enhances the sanitation workers' safety and dignity. And you won't believe it. I wish you'd come to Delhi. There's enough of that where I stay. But Bandicoot has been deployed over 23 states in India and 4 countries with more than 350 units. And what it does, we all know the problems that sanitation workers have. You see the papers, they die of getting into those manholes because of the poisonous fumes, and you now have a robot that cleans it. So let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 individuals with really extraordinary achievements to their name. They look ordinary, but really extraordinary in their approach. Let's start with Neha. And Neha, all of us have watched this. We've grown up with these stoves. What made you make that decisive difference? What was the struggle to make that innovation? Let's start with you and then we'll come to the others.
Am I audible? Okay, so this
yes,
is...
Yes.
All right. So I started this journey back in 2009, 2010. And the impetus to start this was that in 2008, I had another startup which was in the stock markets, particularly derivatives. So that just kind of went down the course quite quickly. And it was the same co-founding team that thought that what is it that we can do which is a win-win business, because in our minds the stock markets quite a few times are not. And we just did a little traveling around India to see. I have grown up all over India. My father had a transferable job, like 11 schools. But it's just that somehow growing up, you or living in India, you learn to unsee things. You will learn to unsee some problematic part of the sidewalk. You will learn to unsee, a lot of other things as a defense mechanism. And this was a journey to start seeing, which of course this panel has done. And the most drudgery-driven thing that we saw was people, or especially women, using matti ka chulas. Even today, in 2025, 50% of Indian population uses a matti ka chula for at least part of their cooking. It is, we have a doctor on the panel. It's terrible for your lungs. It's one of the, it causes over 1 million premature deaths every year. It's terrible for the environment. And in a world where we are going to Mars, even in 2009, we were going to Mars, it's not a hard problem to solve, It's not a hard problem to solve. So we thought, okay, this is a great opportunity. Let's just do something. It was a lot harder than what we imagined, but that was just the trigger that this is so obvious. This is everywhere, and this is not a, this is not a high physics problem. It's somebody just needs to do something, and I think that was just it.
And in terms of the innovation of the stove, I mean, this is the next big leap, right? There could be hundreds of people who thought about it. What made you, design and come up with this kind of an innovative stove?
Actually, we had a journey of a lot of failures before we came up with the right design. Almost 3-4 years, we kept designing stoves. We, started getting patents and all that. But what worked well in the lab did not really work well with people. And the learning there was to co-create with women and rural women. Initially, I want to share a little bit of a gender argument here. Because initially we would go to villages and we would take feedback, just standing in a group like this. And the men never let the women speak. They had a lot of suggestions.
Still happens, I think.
And if you, question them, then when was the last time you used a stove? The answer, no, there's no answer to it, So we started doing focused women's group. That's how we learned, mingled with a lot of self-help groups, which has led to the women financing business now. And essentially co-created basis their knowledge of use, etc. And eventually ended up with the product that people buy and use.
Interesting. And thank you very much for that explanation. Coming to you, and I'm just going by no particular order on this, Vimal. Tell us about this. This is unusual. Were you into robotics, and why did you think of the manhole? You could have done hundreds of other innovations, but this is really one of the big drivers of change, which we needed. And none of us want to do this work, but you brought it up. What triggered your imagination and initiative?
Actually, when we started, we also fantasized about creating an Iron Man suit. So that's how our story started. Like, you have all seen the movie Iron Man, right? So we tried
movie?
to...
Sorry, I didn't...
The Iron Man movie.
Okay.
The Hollywood.
Right.
And in our college, with my co-founding team, we were trying to build an Iron Man suit. And during this period only, an accident happened near to our campus, where 3 people died, 1 auto rickshaw driver and 2 sanitation workers in a manhole. And this is also the time where the 3 Idiots movie is also very popular. And in fact, it's influenced a lot to us. So we studied engineering with such passion, and that's why we were doing something with whatever we know, we learned and all. But this incident is actually made us think, we have technology that we can send to Mars and control it from here. And we are also working for a futuristic thing like an Iron Man suit. But there are a lot of people suffer in our society where robotics and AI can do a lot to that. So this thought is actually made us to think about how to solve this problem in a very near to our campus, very near to our society, that problem. So that made us to think and bootstrap from the working of Iron Man suit to creating a robot for solving the sanitation man's problem. So that's how Bandicoot actually came to existence.
And this innovation that you made to go into the manhole, how did that come? You had done some robotics earlier and this helped, or what does it do?
Actually, the Iron Man suit is, technically speaking, it is a robotic exoskeleton, which is working synchronized with the human body. And it helps person to handle heavy weights, and also do heavy, hectic tasks and all that. So that was our learning ground because
it's an exoskeleton.
It's an exoskeleton.
So the person actually goes into this?
This was the technology we were trying to develop. Right. But for this particular problem, we need to create a robotic device which goes into manhole and do every task that a person has to do. So it's a complete replication of a human level task into a manhole. Manholes are confined spaces basically, and conventional robotics like electrical system will not work because there is water and very corrosive environment. So we need to work with pneumatics and hydraulics. So such kind of tweaking is happened even after, but our initial work on the exoskeleton really helped us. And then there is a twist to this story. We worked on the exoskeleton, and we had that effect of helping somebody's life is we used on the exoskeleton. And 2 years back, we created a robotic device for disabled people. And this is called G-Gator. It's a neuro rehabilitation device. Maybe you are also well known, where it gives gait training to the disabled people, and they can recover faster. So comparing to the conventional therapy kind of technique, already 7-8 hospitals are deployed. Around 30 plus people are gone. Patients are gone through this, devices as well. So we continued the taste of social and technology integration.
So how does this thing look? Looks like a human being that gets underneath, or just a pump that goes in and...
No, it's more like a spider kind of a device. So
really?
there is a misconception all the time where people think robotics is like a humanoid one with heads and arms and all that. Yeah, but robotics can be any device which can be programmed and functional according to the situation in a different manner, so that we can control its programs and make it do different type of tasks also. So the device we created for manhole cleaning is more like a spider. So it just goes and do the cleaning. So we try to build Iron Man, then it become a spider kind of a device.
So instead of Bandicoot, you just called it Spider-Man, but that would have been not good for the movie. But we'll come back to you. And Vishal, let's talk about your innovation, which is fascinating. You're an oncologist, you're a surgeon. You could have done your business, just earn the money. Not, everyone who had throat cancer, operated on them, tried whatever it is. What made you virtually get into the problem and try to sort it out? What was the trigger and how difficult was it?
So I think thinking back of it, at the outset, I would like to thank the Drivers of Change, Mahindra and India Today group for bringing us all out in this forum. If I think back again, I would not go back and do any innovation, because of the hardships we have faced. But I think it was ignorance that led us to do this innovation. But I'm happy we did this today, But thinking back today, if somebody would have come today and told me, would you want to innovate? I would be scared to actually go back inside, knowing the journey of what I've gone through. So the story goes back to being a surgeon. You often face, as a cancer surgeon, you often face throat cancer, which is a common issue. And people lose their voices because of tobacco use, smoking and chewing tobacco. So it was one of those security guards that actually lost his voice, and he came, sat in front of me and said, I've now lost my voice, because of which I've lost my job. And at that time, I'm saying about 2013, we had only two prostheses in the world, one from US and another from Europe, both costing somewhere between 35 to 50,000 rupees just for 6 months, replaceable, and after that the insertion costs are additional. So it was at that time that my partner Shashank, who's a silicon expert, came to me. It was just serendipitous. We both like biking. He came just to sit down and chat with me on a casual chat, and I told him we should do a bike ride to raise money for this patient who's a security guard. And he ended up saying that, how long are you going to keep doing these rides to raise money? Why don't we invent something? So that was just a casual chat that ended up into a serious discussion. And he said, I'm a silicon expert. If you know the mechanics of it, maybe we can work together. So what started out as a casual conversation ended up into something very serious, with a couple of months of us working together with scientists, experts, physicists, material experts, and trying to figure out the solution. And imagine there were only 2 patents in the world. So our journey began with, I would say to the young innovators today, hold on to one problem, stick to it for some time, put your soul into it. You can then convert it into masses, and masses can become markets. You see, the formula today is going wrong. You're saying go and search in the market, and the buzzword in the market is go innovate. Every company wants to talk about innovation as though it's the Miss India's question of what would you do for world peace. It's not about a company trying to do something for innovation. It's about understanding what's the soul of a problem. So here we were, and we invented this device. It took us 2 years. 2015, we completed our product. And today we have 144 countries requiring it. What I realized was, when I started it as a joke, I told him I need it for 5 patients maybe. Then it went to 500, then 5,000, and Shashank used to stare at me and say, now how many? And like 5 lakhs, 50 lakhs. So it's kind of kept scaling up. So Government of India came forward and supported us, because they came up with a more robust idea. They told us that, considering the complexity of this invention, that there were only 2 patents in the world. The third one is held by us today in the world. And I'm happy to say that a year back, the Government of India took it to Davos to showcase it among the 100 global social disruptions that have changed the world. Today, I feel seeing thousands of patients speaking again with this voice and having the liberty to give it for free to all these patients, the joy of it. And when the...
How big is it? Is it about this big? It just fits into your throat? How does it work?
It's a small 1 centimeter device, implantable, made up of platinum cured medical grade silicon that gets implanted into your food pipe and converts your food pipe into a voice box.
So you embed it in the...
Into the throat, because the throat cancer patients lose their voice box, so they can't speak. So we fit it into the food pipe and convert it into a voice box.
And is it replaceable? You have to change it every, like you said, 6 months earlier. Do you have to...
The American and the European ones had a shelf life of 6 months. We've been able to extend it to 1 year with what innovations we've done to it. And today, I'm again saying that we didn't build just one device. I have had the pleasure of talking to the Prime Minister's office and gifting them the logo of Create in India and saying that the future of Make in India 2.0 will be Create in India. To tell that what we did out of this invention was, we made every part of it here. We did not go to China. We clearly said we don't want China at all. And we made every part of it here. So we said 2.0 is going to be not Make in India, but Create in India. Excellent. And I think that's what's going to drive the next phase of economy for India. by inventors coming forward and saying we're not going to look that side. We're not going to import from China and assemble in India. And we've been very strong on that, and our invention today stands tall because Government of India stood with us when I think we didn't go to any venture capital or any angel investors initially. We went to the Government of India and we said, please believe in our invention. And today we stand tall on that globally as the third patent holders of the world. And Government of India supported us with the idea of saying build an ecosystem, not just a product. So we've actually built a state-of-the-art factory.
Wow. In Mumbai?
In Bengaluru.
In Bengaluru, my hometown. Okay.
in Bengaluru, in Pina, we built a state-of-the-art factory, which is, I think, houses the best silicon manufacturing units, which can compete with Russia, USA, Germany, China, everybody.
Excellent. All three of them, and particularly you, deserve a very warm round of applause. I think the lesson, and let's come to you, Neha, on this, is that the innovation doesn't stop, right? The change doesn't stop. And for you, that's something that you've done and now moved on. So where have you moved on to, and what is it that you are? We've got about 6 minutes, so you've got 2 minutes to tell us what next you're up to.
So across our, while we were selling stoves, we interacted a lot with women, especially rural women, because that's where the problem sits. And over the years, I just ended up building this very strong conviction that rural women are very enterprising. They're very prudent with their financial behavior, in terms of their financial behavior, and they really care about their families and their economic progress. And yet there aren't enough opportunities for them to go out and seek capital, or even the confidence. Once you have capital, confidence comes automatically. But, just training women to be more confident and then, just hang around trying to get capital is quite difficult. So what we did, we applied for a regulatory license back in 2019, 2020 to create a platform that disintermediates banks and other financial institutions and allows all of us or any Indian citizen to lend directly to an entrepreneur on the other side in a formal way, in a credit bureau, with credit bureau reporting, formal contracts and all of that, and help them support them in this journey while also earning a good interest income out of it. So that is what India P2P is. And I just want to, I'll not take 5 more seconds. India is one of those unique countries where women have higher CIBIL scores or credit scores than men.
Higher?
Credit scores than men, despite lower incomes and more infrequent breaks in careers, women actually have higher credit scores, and we don't follow the data. We lend less to women knowing that they're better borrowers. Somehow, in this case, we simply don't follow the data, so we're here to correct that.
Excellent. Coming to you, after Bandicoot, what?
Actually, Bandicoot is one of the device where the people's life is very difficult on the manhole. And manhole, so many manholes are there, and every 5 days one person is dying. So that was the first of its kind. And then we understood there is a lot of confined space, such kind of situation is there. And we go on creating a series of products like wheelbarrow robot for bigger tank cleaning, and shifted this into oil and gas sector also. So this inhuman and sanitation kind of infrastructure also need to be cleaned by people normally, and we converted that into robots. Now we started using the similar robots in oil and gas sector also. Oil and gas sector also. So the PSUs like IOCL, MRPL already onboarded as a client into this sector. We created an ecosystem of different type of products which is required for handling this confined spaces and infrastructure and all. So that is one aspect of what we does. And then we shifted our attention into creating more products using robotics and AI. We entered into the disability sector, and we created a device, as I mentioned, G-Gator, for neuro rehabilitation to make people walk back to life after stroke or spinal cord injury and recover in a faster phase. So that was that device is doing. And we are doing a lot of innovation around that specific sector, which also required a lot of innovation than whatever is required at the moment we are having. And one of the most important thing we are doing at this moment is now we already experienced the world of AI, and it's in peak and it's creating a lot of revolution. And a lot of countries, including China, now believes, and even India, its activities will come considerably less. This AI is going to come into physical form. And that is the humanoid robots and, those kind of revolution. In 5 to 10 years of timeline, every home is going to have one humanoid robot to serve you. That's going to happen. And a lot of investment is going in that. And to be in that kind of an arena, our advanced division is working on that kind of a robotic technologies also. So that's what is the
And
future.
where is your factory located?
All our factories currently in Kerala. We are operating in Trivandrum and Palakkad also. In industrial and as well as techno software divisions as
Very
well.
unusual. Kerala normally is not known for a lot of these things, but...
Now a lot of change is happening in Kerala also, and they are also trying to be in front of all this tech and create India kind of revolution.
Excellent. And Neha, where is your factory, may I ask? Is it,
Baroda, Gujarat.
Okay, so
Usual
we are
suspects.
various places, right from west of India, deep south, and of course, my hometown in Bangalore. But coming to you, you've gone beyond again the prosthesis, right? You've got other innovations on your mind. Which areas did you move to after this?
I think I've covered quite a lot, whether it is silicon, plastic. My recent invention with 3 new cancer drugs. I've had some inventions in the area of electronics with the tracheostomy tube, with extended reality glasses for surgical procedures. So made a wide array of inventions over the last 10 years after I understood the ecosystem of inventions. And I think that's been a great joy. And as I said earlier...
where does money fit into this? Does it or not?
So I think in medical we feel that Saraswati, if you follow, Lakshmi will follow. You know, she's the younger sister. So we've been running the path of Saraswati and knowledge and wisdom, and money has followed. And I'm sure, surprisingly for us, Government of India became our greatest supporter. We've had Department of Science and Technology, BIRAC, we've had NRDC, the National Research Development Corporation, giving us fund under no vigilance, no monitoring, fast-tracking innovations. We've had various ecosystems in Bengaluru, which was very unusual for us to actually experience.
Right. That's very encouraging, yeah.
And I think the biggest lesson I learned from all of this was that if you think something is impossible, don't disturb the person trying to do it. Leave them alone.
Right. I think that's how the IT industry came up in Bangalore.
Yeah.
They just left them alone without the government. But I just want a quick word with Neha. Where does money fit into this? The same question I'm asking you.
Money is important, and it's also important because nowadays the world is competitive. To do things, you need support. You need capital supports to do things fast, to do things properly. And I don't know if I should give a longer answer, but yes, you should support people, not stop them from doing things, and wherever possible, support them with capital also if you're able to.
And you?
Actually, when we started, we thought of running the company in a non-profit manner. But then I realized, and we realized that, creating a company and creating a job and running for profit and raising fund and creating revenue, again innovating more and doing a lot for the society is also a great way of giving back. And even I would like to thank even Anand Mahindra. He himself invested in our company. Who? Anand Mahindra.
Oh, okay. Wow.
He himself invested in our company. I'm
another success
thanking this opportunity to thank him also because that's all contributed a lot to our innovation, and that is why within 7 years of time we are able to scale in 23 states and 4 union territories. And from 4 founders we started, now we are running 300 people across India, abroad. All that has happened because of all that, and with all that we are creating impact also.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen these stories, inspirational. True drivers of change. Thank you. Vishal, Vimal, Neha. Let's give them a really, really warm round of applause for this.
Thank you very, very much. Yeah, photographs. Yes, please. We'll now move on to our next conversation, social transformers, agents of change. I'll call on stage the speakers, but we will have to wait for a minute for the stage to be set up. With us here is Sudha Varghese. I will give their introductions as we go along on as the panel discussion starts. Sister Sudha, please come on stage. Morningstar Khongthor, environment activist. Morningstar, please come on stage. Nilesh Mandlewala, organ donor activist. Please come on stage, sir. And Jagat Bhai Kinkhabwala, environmental conservationist. Please come on stage, sir. I also welcome Dr. Shalini Mishra. Please come on stage, ma'am. Good evening. I'm moderating this conversation. I'm joined on stage today by 5 very, very striking drivers of change, achievers, and people who are making profound impact in the work that they are doing. And they are doing it very, very silently in their areas and with such diligence that when I was researching on them, it really moved me. I'll briefly introduce each one of them as we go along. First off, I'll come to you, Jagat Bhai. He's from Ahmedabad, and he's also known as the Sparrow Man of India. There's a very good reason why he's known as the Sparrow Man of India. He's also called environmental conservationist, but he spreads awareness about the humble sparrow, who we did not realize because of what we technically call anthropogenic influences and interferences with their habitats. They were disappearing. They were almost about to get extinct. He spread awareness. He's given out nests for free, over 50,000 of them. And to him, there is credit to reviving the sparrow. At the beginning, the trickle has started. Jagat Bhai, you can speak a little more about the concerns that you faced in your work and what you feel needs to be done, issues that need to be addressed. Over to you.
Once I read an article, it was from London, that sparrows are getting extinct world over and only 10% have remained. So that was a shocking news for me. Then I tried to think a lot, but this being a very common bird, there were no material or literature or experts around. So as a management expert, I thought that what should we do? So going back to the basics, we as the family tried to create cavity at home, which were there in the past. We thought of the past, what was there in the past, which is not prevailing as of now. And because of that, the things are going from bad to worse. So the first step was the cavity in which they do not know how to weave the structure of the nest. So they always look for the gaps or broken parts or that. So that was our first experiment. We worked it with wasted throwaway boxes, corrugated boxes, and we hang them at our place. And fortunately, it worked well. Over the period of time, we improvised upon the design of the same and made it scientifically.
Yeah, he's got one of the nests that he gives.
Now, this is the nest, and you'll be surprised that we have distributed more than 260,000 nests with the help of corporates. This is all for free of cost, including the courier charges. And one nest, if we keep it for 5 years in a safe place, 12 rupees is the as on today's cost, but it breeds more than 40 to 50,000, 50 chicks over the period of 5 years. So I have documented all these things. Initially, it was just an initiative that, we want to try. But by now, it is a movement. And very happy to say that I have documented around 5 to 5.6 lakh sparrows in the nest we have given free of cost.
5 to 6 lakh sparrows, that is phenomenal.
Right?
Yeah.
So it is all, at the movement is now spreading all over the world. And many a times people ask me that what difference does it make if sparrows get extinct? So I always tell them that we are not the owners of this earth. All the lives have a specific meaning and they have come here with a purpose. So what difference does it make if we humans do not exist on this earth? Right? So this is my answer is in the form of question that every life has a right to live for the purpose or for the tenure for which they have come on the earth. And every life has a very meaningful role to play into our ecosystem, without which nobody can survive. And that is, I can go on talking about this, for 2-3 days at a stretch. Yeah. So how the whole ecosystem works, and we have to respect all the lives, whether it is a visible or invisible thing. And that was the challenge, and I have then graduated to conservation of other birds, rainwater harvesting, pond deepening projects all over I must be the only person in Gujarat that I have succeeded in developing 26 ponds in different, right from Kutch to central Gujarat, and conserving more than 26 crores of liters of water year on year. So this has multiple benefits, and this is all, the right, trying to bring back everything from the nature, to the nature. And those were the things, and these are the things without which nobody can survive. See, in 1800s, the population of the world was 100 crores. Today it is more than 800 crores. Just imagine the figure. The number of humans are going up and up very rapidly, but number of all the lives are going down. So it is going to be a big challenge. And we are seeing the effects of climate change and temperatures rising and erratic behavior of environment, which is creating havoc at one and all places. And this is going to be worsening day by day. So this is a big threat, and we all need to work together. This is not a small cause or insignificant cause. We, the humans, have to be more humans, unlike past. And if I add the saying that if we are talking about Viksit Bharat, recently I told one gem of a minister in the central ministry when we were on the lunch with him, that we may be able to create the Sone ki Chidiya ka Desh, which is being claimed. Yes. There will be Sone ka Desh, lekin there will not be any Chidiya on the earth. The way in which this is being developed.
How true, how correct. Yes, sir.
So second point is that if we are talking about, say, Viksit Bharat, we are talking about an Virasat. These were all there in Virasat. Environment was also a part of a Virasat. And without Virasat, we cannot have a Viksit Bharat. And Virasat and Viksit means environment and economics can never go together. So the people like us, the individuals who are working, for Viksit Bharat, we have to, everybody has to take us along and let us contribute towards the Viksit Bharat also. Thank you.
So Viksit Bharat has several challenges and opportunities. Right coming from Gujarat, the western end, we go to the eastern end, Shillong. We have Morningstar Khongto with us. He works on living roots bridges. These are bridges which are made from roots, live roots of bridges, of trees, I'm sorry. And it is a unique art. It is a science actually. And he has, of course, the bridges have existed for several centuries, but he is working on ensuring that they are not destroyed, connecting the essence of these bridges with the local communities and empowering them and also engaging them. Please go ahead and tell us a little bit about your work very briefly, Morningstar, and also going forward, what needs to be done.
Thank you very much for this. Hello, everyone. Just to share a little bit of our, what we do and where we live. I came from a place called Meghalaya. I live in a place near the Bangladesh border. I can just walk a few hours to reach Bangladesh border. And also, I live in a place where we have the wettest place on earth. And as ma'am has mentioned, that I focus on the living root bridges. We call living root architecture. Simply, our great ancestors, our foreruncles have designed a kind of root structure that bridging the gap in the monsoon. It provides us safety for us because we are the war people. The war people, for you to know, is a sub-tribe of the Khasi, where we live toward the southern slope of Meghalaya with a very difficult terrain. It's very hard to climb. I'm sure you may have heard about the double-decker, the world's famous living root bridges. We have a single-decker near Cleans village. And in my place, in my village, called Rangthliang village, we have about 28 root bridges. We have the oldest one, which is 800-year-old. So we believe that these bridges connect with us in terms of our strong belief in customs, our tradition, and also and nowadays we're talking about the climate, we're talking about environment. So we feel that these root bridges, they are the most efficient, they are most example for a sustainable architecture. So we've been working with many institutions, we've been working with so many researchers across the world. Thankfully now we got a chance to collaborate one of the present exhibition in Munich, which one of our work also has been exhibited in that area. So for you to know, I just want to share more about root bridges because it's very, very important, because it's also an important topic to talk about nature, conservation, and also the culture related with this. We have 5 kinds of architecture designed from these root bridges. We have a root bridge where we just walk. We have a root ladder, you have to climb up. We have a swing, like a Tarzan experience. We also have a platform where it acts as a resting place, because we climb down the valley and climb up. So our elders built a kind of platform on top of a tree that we can sit and relax. So we believe these 3 as are sacred to us, because the deities, we believe the spiritual gods live in this tree. In my place, we have about 28 sacred forests, and I'm glad that this year the committee, the clan elder, have chosen me to in charge all the sacred forests in my community, and also all the heritage site in my village. So these are a good thing that we've seen it coming up. Yes, we have big challenges because, for me, if you search, they will say like, Meghalaya boy escorted out. Yes, I dropped my school to dedicate my life, my journey to continue the efforts that my great uncles have been worked so far that we can benefit today. Yes, we see that these bridges, you can't see one generation to see it's fulfilled, it's full functional, but we believe that the other future generations also can benefit. So this also ficus tree, we call banyan tree. I've seen many places we saw this great banyan tree. For us, we believe these are the keystone species. It helps a lot in maintaining the ecosystem, the environment in our villages. It helps in strengthening, the soil. It prevents erosion because it's cliff is everywhere. So heavy monsoon, especially the last year 2022, we have a great challenges where we lost about 5 of these bridges. So now through my team, we have a 2 team now working, which we call Heritage Committee, and the chairman of this committee, and also the Living Bridge Foundation, one of the grassroots voluntary organization in Meghalaya, who work tirelessly to reinforce, to rebuild, and recontinue this knowledge. Also, the most challenging is now that we face because of the introduction of new modern architecture. We see that more of these bridges have been left out, being forgotten, being broken. Through our initiative, we're working now with clan elders, with community leaders on how to revive this knowledge. And it's a good thing that we see that institutions also come and join with us. So we can talk more later.
Yeah. So traditional knowledge combined with the understanding that nature is sacred for us. नॉर्थ ईस्ट से हम चलते हैं झारखंड की तरफ शालिनी जी के साथ, डॉक्टर शालिनी मिश्रा. इन्होंने अपना अर्बन मुंबई इनफैक्ट यहाँ पे इनका मेडिकल करियर था, जिन्होंने गिव अप किया काव प्रोटेक्शन के लिए. आप अपने काम के बारे में बताइए शालिनी जी संक्षेप में.
हर हर महादेव. हर हर महादेव. I had a flourishing practice in Mumbai. Once at Indian Medical Association, I got the opportunity of meeting Ashwini Guruji of Dhyan Ashram. वहाँ मैंने देखा ध्यान फाउंडेशन के गुरुजी को 5 फोटोग्राफ्स दिए गए हैं और 5 फोटोग्राफ्स में को देखकर उन्होंने विद इन सेकेंड्स ये डायग्नोस कर दिया कि उनको क्या एलिमेंट्स है. I was really amazed to see the science. And I went to him and asked him how he was able to do that. And to my Indian Medical Association ने उनको accurately diagnosis करने के लिए ये बहुत सारी certificates दिया है. Seeing this, I thought one who knows all this, उनके पास और कितनी शक्तियां सिद्धियां होंगी. I took the path of karma shown by Ashwini Guruji. उन्होंने कहा भगवान राम, भगवान कृष्ण जिनकी पूजा करते हैं, भगवान शिव जिनके प्रिय नंदी है, ऐसे गौवंशों की सेवा करने का अवसर मिल रहा है. इससे बढ़िया कर्म और क्या हो सकता है बताइए. I left my practice and I left all my puja part. Only I do mantra jap given by Ashwini Guruji and the karmas given by him. I got a purpose for my life. In Dhyan Foundation, we have doctors, we have scientists. My husband is sitting in front of you all. He is a scientist. We all have experienced the path shown by Ashwini Guruji and we are walking the path. And I got connected to this cause and I am into Gau Seva and Nandi Seva since last 10 years.
Shukriya Shalini ji, thank you. Also with us is Sister Sudha, as she is very popularly called because of the work that she does with the most backward community in Bihar, the Musahar community. She talks about, she works for women empowerment, she spreads literacy, awareness about literacy and vocational training. Ma'am, please tell us a little bit about your work.
My name is Sudha Varghese. I originally come from Kerala, but my karma bhumi, Bihar, for the last 50 years. And in Bihar, I came. I did not know anything about Bihar, Bihar's culture, Bihar's people, Bihar ka language. ये सब हम सीख लिए. And then I had heard and seen few pictures of the Musahar community who live in Bihar. Musahar literally means rat eaters. So I wanted to work for them and live with them. So I came to Bihar. When I came to Bihar, I was just 16 years old. I just finished my 10th class and I came to Bihar. And there I met this community and I decided how miserable their life was. They are untouchables, they have no land, they have no other assets, but they are living. They are living on the roadside, they are living on नहर का चाट पे, रेलवे का चाट पे, and कोई दिन somebody will decide to widen that road. Then they will come and destroy their huts, and then my people will have to again search for another place where they can put up the huts. So even today this is what is happening with them. They have no land. We have requested government to give land, allot land for them, but that step has not come. Now lately, some of my people's huts were dismantled. So they called me early morning saying that Didi hamara sara झोपड़ी उजाड़ दिए हैं. When I reached there, a man was sitting on a JCB and the one tractor was there. So I said, "Who तुम्हारा hut कौन उजाड़ रहे?" So this man who was sitting on the JCB, he said, "हम बोले हैं." I said, "तुम इधर आओ." I made him come down from the JCB. I asked, "तुम कौन हो? Who are you?" He said, "हम टेंडर ले लिया." I said, "तुम तो सरकार का कोई कुछ नहीं है, तुम तय करेंगे मेरे लोगों का झोपड़ी उजाड़ने के लिए, जल्दी भागो इधर से नहीं तो माथा फोड़ देंगे." Yes. And he left the place. Then I went to the SDO. About 30 women followed me. When we went, SDO was not there. I met the DCLR. I pleaded with him, "Sir, कुछ करो, मेरे लोगों का झोपड़ी उजाड़ रहे हैं." So he said, "See, ये काम तो SDO का है, मई माथा डालेंगे तो फिर हमारे लिए प्रॉब्लम होगा." I said, "सर कुछ नहीं होगा, आप CO से बोलिए ये ठंडा का समय पूरा होने तक किसी को उधर नहीं भेजना, इतना कम से कम हमारे लिए कीजिए." तो DCLR हमको मदद किया और हमारे लोगों का झोपड़ी उजाड़ना बंद हो गया. मेरा काम अभी जो सबसे पहले मेरा काम है शिक्षा. मेरे पास करीब 3500 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं. हमारा कोई स्कूल नहीं है, हमारा कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं, लेकिन एक एक टोला में जब हम जाएंगे हम देखते हैं बच्चे कोई बिना कपड़ा दौड़ते हैं, कोई नाक से गिर रहा है, और इस सब देख करके मुझे लगता है इन लोगों का सबसे जरूरी है शिक्षा. So I start a center there. I take the survey and see if I get 40 children. I start a center there. मैं छोटे बच्चों को आंगनवाड़ी में आने नहीं देते थे क्योंकि हम लोग अनटचेबल्स हैं. तो मैं एक शिक्षा केंद्र शुरू किया, आनंद शिक्षा केंद्र. मुझे आराम से अब 40 बच्चे मिलते हैं. हम एक टीचर को रखते हैं और हमारा आनंद शिक्षा केंद्र अच्छा से चलता है. फिर हम देखते हैं किशोरी लड़कियां, adolescent girls are moving around doing nothing. उन लोगों को भी पकड़ करके 40 बच्चा मिलते हैं तो हम अपना एक सेंटर शुरू करते हैं. तो इस तरह का मेरा शिक्षा का केंद्र चलता है. सरकारी स्कूल का बरामदा हम ले लेते हैं, कम्युनिटी हॉल है तो हम ले लेता है, किसी किसी से झगड़ा करना पड़ता है, किसी किसी से एक रूम के लिए 300 रुपया 400 रुपया रेंट दे करके लेते हैं, लेकिन मेरे बच्चों को हम पढ़ाएंगे. तो हमारे बच्चे पढ़ते हैं. सरकार 2010 में मुसहर बच्चियों को सिखाने के लिए, हॉस्टल में रखने के लिए हमको एक मकान दे दिया. मकान दिए नहीं, हमको एक टूटा फूटा मकान दिया. ऐसे इसमें मैं बच्चों को कैसे रखेंगे? फिर उसी के लिए भी झगड़ते लड़ते हमको वेलो उसको मरामत करके दे दिया. अभी मेरे पास 2 हॉस्टल्स है और स्पेशल स्कूल्स है ओनली फॉर मेरा कम्युनिटी की बच्चियों के लिए. तो 250 बच्चियां हैं. एक बोध गया में मेरा हॉस्टल है, एक दानापुर में है पटना जिला में. तो इसका सारा खर्चा सरकार देते हैं, इसलिए हम उनको आराम से पढ़ा सकते हैं, रख सकते हैं. लेकिन मेरा फोकस जो था, शिक्षा तो मेरा फोकस रहबे करेगा, लेकिन मैंने देखा कि मेरा कम्युनिटी का किसी को कहीं पर एक भी जॉब नहीं है. तो मैं अभी शुरू किया जॉब ओरिएंटेड सम ट्रेनिंग देना, स्किल ट्रेनिंग. मैं करीब 20 लड़कियों को जो 12वां क्लास पास हो गई, उनको 4 व्हीलर ड्राइविंग का ट्रेनिंग दिला करके वे लोग लाइसेंस लेके अभी बैठी है। जब कहीं पर पुलिस में या आर्मी में जहाँ भी वैकेंसी निकलेगा, मेरी लड़कियां ड्राइवर के रूप में उधर जाएंगे, काम मिलेगा। और मेरे लड़के लोग जो जैसे 10-15 इधर है, वो लोग सवेरे सवेरे 1 ग्लास मार देता है कंट्री लीग का, उसके बाद बैठ करके ताश खेलेगा, गुटखा खाएगा, यही सब। और हम हमेशा दारू के खिलाफ बात करते थे, इसलिए हमसे बहुत आराम से बात नहीं करते थे। तो मैं मेरा 2 एनिमेटर्स को भेजा, जाओ जाके बैठो उन लोगों के साथ और उन लोग क्या बात करते हैं, ये लोग क्या करना चाहते हैं, देखो हमको बताओ। वो लोग हमारे एनिमेटर्स के साथ वो लोग बात नहीं करना चाहते थे। अंत में वो लोग उनको पेस्टर किया, क्या करना चाहते हैं जी बोलिए ना, हम लोग एक साथ करेंगे। तो बोला खेलेंगे, और कौन सी करेंगे? अच्छा खेलेंगे, कौन सी खेलेंगे? क्रिकेट खेलेंगे, और कौन सी खेलेगा? तो ये लोग हमसे बोला दीदी ये ग्रुप क्रिकेट खेलना चाहते हैं। वही दिन हम जाकर के एक क्रिकेट सेट खरीद करके उन लोगों को भेज दिया, उनका मन बदलने के लिए मौका नहीं दिया। तो क्रिकेट सेट आए तो वे लोग रोड बगल में, इनका टोला में कोई जगह नहीं है क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए, तो रोड बगल में जाके अपना जगह बनाए और क्रिकेट खेलना शुरू किया नेक्स्ट डे। और हमको फ़ोन किया, बहुत दिन के बाद हमारे पास फ़ोन किया और बोला दीदी आइए ना, आप आकर के शुरू करवा के सेट करवा के दीजिए ना। ऐसे आज हम नहीं आ सकते लेकिन हम आएंगे। तो मेरे पास अभी 36 क्रिकेट टीम्स है, 36 क्रिकेट टीम्स है। अभी उनमें से करीब 8-10 लड़कों को मैं क्रिकेट खेलने से उनका पेट नहीं भरेगा, क्रिकेट खेलने से उनको जॉब नहीं मिलेगा, नहीं तो यू हैव टू रीच दैट लेवल। तो अभी उनमें से 10 लड़कों को मैं होटल मैनेजमेंट के लिए भेज दिया। 6 महीना हो गया, 1 साल का डिप्लोमा कोर्स वे लोग करेंगे, उसके बाद उनका प्लेसमेंट हो जाएगा।
So don't let her gentle demeanor and petite frame fool you. Her steel is in her willpower and the courage, right, ma'am?
हाँ, तो ये कम्युनिटी के साथ मैं 21 साल उनका एक झोपड़ी में उनका टोला में रहे हैं। तो सबको इनसे झगड़ा करने के लिए आते हैं, तो सबसे पहले हमसे झगड़ा करेंगे। मेरा संघर्ष उधर ऐसा था, कई लोग मेरा जान मारना चाहते थे। हमको लगता है मैं करीब कई जिंदगी जिए उधर, कई मृत्यु भी मरे हैं, लेकिन हम छोड़े नहीं है, हम छोड़े नहीं है। हमारे लड़कियों के साथ जो सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट होता है, बीच में मैं 3 साल में 3 महीना छुट्टी लेकर के बंगलोर में जाकर के लॉ पढ़ा और उनका सारा केस मैं लड़ती हूँ। और तो जहाँ पुलिस रेप विक्टिम का इसको अभियुक्त को अरेस्ट नहीं करते हैं, तो मैं थाना घेराव किया। ये पिछले 1.5 महीने पहले एक थाना घेराव किया, 300 महिलाएं मेरे साथ थी। तब थाना इंचार्ज हमको बुला के पूछा ये सब का क्या जरूरत है? ऐसे जरूरत क्या है, आप अरेस्ट किए हैं। मेरे लोगों को धमकी मिलता है, रोज किसी न किसी को भेजेंगे, तुम्हारा सारा झोपड़ी उजाड़ देंगे, जला देंगे, तुमको जिंदा जलाएंगे। हमारे लोगों को धमकी क्यों दे रहा है? आप अरेस्ट कीजिए तब नहीं कुछ होगा। तब वो हमसे बोला, थाना अध्यक्ष बोल रहे उसका फोन नंबर मेरे पास नहीं है, हम कैसे उसको पकड़ेंगे? ऐसे तो तुम पुलिस का ट्रेनिंग बिना करके इधर आए हैं, तुमको नहीं बताया गया कैसे अभियुक्त को पकड़ना है। ऐसे 4 दिन का अल्टीमेटम आपको हम दे रहे, मेरे साथ में मेरा पूरा स्टाफ को लेके गया। 4 दिन का अल्टीमेटम आपको दे रहे हैं, यदि आप 4 दिन में वो अभियुक्त को अरेस्ट नहीं करेंगे, इस बार 300 महिलाएं पहुंची, अगले बार 3000 महिलाएं पहुंचेंगे, तुम्हारा थाना को बर्बाद कर देंगे। तो 4 दिन में वो आदमी को अरेस्ट करके जेल में डाला।
Finally,
हर ह्यूमन राइट्स वायलेशन, विमेन्स राइट्स वायलेशन, सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट, हर कुछ के लिए हमको पुलिस से लड़ना पड़ता है.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. That was truly it's eye-opening in many ways. On my left is Nilesh Bhai Manlewala. He comes from Surat. He's an organ donor activist. The stigma surrounding organ donor or rather the misconception surrounding organ donation. He meticulously, patiently counsels the family members and actively spreads awareness. Nilesh Bhai, if you could quickly tell us an anecdote about somebody whose life has changed. I'm sure multiple people's lives have changed, but tell us just one quick incident. Thank you.
बहुत से ऐसे इंसिडेंट हैं कि जिनकी लाइफ ऑर्गन डोनेशन से बदल चुकी है. हम लोग पिछले 20 साल से हमारी संस्था डोनेट लाइफ अंगदान के क्षेत्र में कार्य कर रही है और अभी तक हमारी संस्था डोनेट लाइफ के माध्यम से कुल 1306 ऑर्गन एंड टिश्यू के डोनेशंस हुए हैं और उनकी वजह से हमारे देश और विदेश के कुल मिला के 1202 व्यक्तियों को नया जीवन मिला है. हमने 2006 में किडनी दान से गुजरात में ऑर्गन डोनेशन का मूवमेंट की शुरुआत की थी जब भी मेरे फादर की किडनी खराब हो गई और मैंने देखा कि परिवार में से कोई किडनी नहीं दे सकता है तो क्या ऐसे मरीजों को लाइफ टाइम डायलिसिस पे अपना जीवन व्यतीत करना पड़ेगा, उनको क्वालिटी लाइफ कैसे मिलेगी. वहाँ से ये मूवमेंट की मैंने 2005 से शुरुआत की और किडनी के दान से शुरुआत की थी. उनके बाद में लीवर, हृदय, फेफड़े, इंटेस्टाइन, पैनक्रियास और हैंड्स के डोनेशन तक हम लोग आगे बढ़े. आपने जो बताया कि एक इंसिडेंट बताना है तो मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि आज हमारे देश में कितने ऐसे हमारे देश के जवान हैं जो हमारे देश की सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते लड़ते अपने दोनों हाथ गंवा देते हैं. हमारे देश में कितने ऐसे लोग हैं कि जिनके अकस्मात में दोनों हाथ कट जाते हैं और वो व्यक्ति अपना स्वावलंबी जीवन नहीं जी पाता है, उनको परावलंबी जीवन जीना पड़ता है. अपने शरीर पे खुजली आती है तो आदमी खुजा भी नहीं सकता है. अपने छोटे बच्चे होते हैं तो उनको गोदी में लेके वाल भी नहीं कर सकता है. मैं ऐसे ही एक केस की कहानी आपको बताऊंगा. प्रकाश सेलार नाम का एक 31 साल का युवान था. 2018 में वो अपने घर में पानी की पाइप से घर की सफाई कर रहा था. गलती से उन्होंने हाई टेंशन वायर पकड़ लिया और प्रकाश के दोनों हाथ और पैर दोनों काटने पड़े जलने की वजह से. वो प्रकाश का जीवन कैसा होगा आप कल्पना करो कि जब भी वो व्यक्ति का दोनों हाथ और पैर नहीं है, उनके जीवन की आप कल्पना करो कि वो कैसे जीवन जी सकता है. वो प्रकाश को हमने अक्टूबर 2021 में सूरत से एक 14 साल के बच्चे का हैंड्स का डोनेशन करवाया. धार्मिक काकड़िया नाम का वो लड़का था और उनका हैंड्स जो है वो प्रकाश में ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ. आज 3 साल के ट्रांसप्लांट के बाद प्रकाश खुद 3 व्हीलर व्हीकल चला सकता है, 10 किलो वजन उठा के आधा किलोमीटर चल सकता है, स्विमिंग कर सकता है. ये सभी कर सकता है. ये सब क्यों होता है? ये ऑर्गन डोनेशंस की वजह से हो पाता है. मैं आपके माध्यम से लोगों को अपील भी करता हूं कि जब भी कोई व्यक्ति ब्रेन डेड होता है तभी हम उनके ऑर्गन्स के डोनेशंस करवा के हमारे देश में जो हर साल लाखों लोगों की मौत समयसर अंग न मिलने की वजह से हो रही है, उनको नया जीवन देने के लिए आगे आए. जैसे मैंने किडनी के बारे में बताया तो किडनी में तो डायलिसिस भी इलाज है. किसी का लीवर खराब है, लीवर सिरोसिस की उनको तकलीफ है, परिवार में से कोई देना भी चाहता है लेकिन परिवार के अन्य सदस्यों को फैटी लीवर है या अन्य कोई कारण सर वो लीवर का डोनेशन नहीं कर सकता है, तो क्या किडनी में तो डायलिसिस भी इलाज है, लीवर में तो ट्रांसप्लांट के अलावा कोई इलाज ही नहीं है। हमारे देश में कितने ऐसे लोग हैं कि जिनको हृदय की तकलीफ है, उनका हृदय का पंपिंग 5 या 10% है, 5 स्टेप चलता है तो उनकी सांसें फूल जाती है, खाने पीने पे भी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस है, उनको हृदय कौन देगा? जीते जी कोई भी व्यक्ति अपना हृदय का दान नहीं कर सकता है। हमारे देश में कितने ऐसे लोग हैं कि जिनके फेफड़े खराब हो जाते हैं और हर रोज 15 से 20 लीटर ऑक्सीजन के ऊपर उनको अपना जीवन व्यतीत करना पड़ता है, उनको क्वालिटी लाइफ नहीं मिलती है। मैंने हैंड्स के बारे में भी आपको बताया, ये तभी लोगों को नया जीवन तभी मिलेगा कि जब ये ब्रेन डेड व्यक्ति के ऑर्गन्स के डोनेशंस होंगे। तो हम सब साथ मिलके अंगदान जीवन दान का संदेश समाज में फैला के, जो हमारे देश में हर साल लाखों लोगों की मौत समयसर अंग न मिलने की वजह से हो रही है, उनको नया जीवन देने के लिए आगे आए। बहुत से ऐसे इंसिडेंट है, लेकिन समय की कमी की वजह से मैं ज्यादा आपको नहीं बता सकता हूं। अंत में इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि सांसें निकलते ही यह शरीर नश्वर बन जाएगा, सांसें निकलते ही यह शरीर नश्वर बन जाएगा। अंग दान कर ले रे मानव, तू ईश्वर बन जाएगा। जन्म महान कर, कर्म महान कर, धर्म महान कर, अंग दान कर, अंग दान कर, अंग दान कर।
On that note, the session comes to an end. Our time has been long up, but the panelists and their stories and their discussion of their work was so fascinating, one did not want to end it. Thank you very much, panelists. Go ahead. We'll continue with our next session. Yes. Our next session is a fascinating performance driven by India's rich classical performing arts. I'd like to call on stage Suhani Singh, Deputy Editor, India Today, to introduce the speaker.
Our next driver of change is Methil Devika, a Mohiniyattam exponent. She sees dance as a tool to write with her body, and she wants her classical dance to be understood and accessible to all. Devika does so by sticking to tradition and yet finding ways of expanding the movement vocabulary. This journey has taken her to new spaces, has seen her incorporate new hand gestures of sign language into the idiom, and go deep into the academics by being a postdoctoral fellow and also a former senior research associate at IIST at ISRO, where she helped devise an arts-oriented advanced science project. Before I call her on stage, I would like you to see a teaser of her dance film called Crossover, which she actually created and choreographed for the deaf people. Let's extend a warm welcome to Methil Devika. Our second artist for the evening, and rightfully so, barefoot as well. Devika ji, I think we all want to know what prompted you to take the Mohiniyattam dance and say that I want this to be accessible to an audience that you feel is being alienated. You reached out to the hearing impaired people. You want to tell me how did that realization came in and what drove it? Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, I think I am very excited about what I dance, and I always like to share that excitement with my audience also. So think about an audience who can't hear and you dance in front of them. So I went on a Spick Mackey performance concert, and I had a couple of students from the deaf and hard of hearing community. They were so keen on knowing what I was trying to do, but they just couldn't understand. And then I realized that perhaps, I must try and learn their gestural language, the sign language, which is a natural language, and try and incorporate it in my work, because I think it is so important that you actually break the fifth wall. I always say when I learned that, they stopped being disabled, they became able. So, and that's the change you create when you take a step like that.
So we know that dance already has hastamudras, many of them. If I could just quickly ask you to demonstrate, like in simple sign language, how would you, emote something or suggest something, and that they understood? Because we have hastamudras.
Yeah, so theirs is a natural sign language. The thing about Mohiniyattam is our aesthetic sign language is also, unlike Bharatanatyam or Kathak, is actually transcriptional. You can actually transcribe from the text. It has syntax. So what I did was at strategic points, wherever I was narrating a story, at strategic points I added their sign language and took them to our sign language. So what you see there are people from the deaf and hard of hearing community telling me that they're seeing something like this for the first time. And I asked them, what sound do you hear when I dance? And that girl says, my heart beats and I can hear, and I get a lot of emotions. So what happens is something that is silent actually generates a lot of music. And also the fact that our knowledge systems do have these kind of we have gestural languages that are not only just aesthetic, but they can actually act as natural sign language.
Great. I think it's not every day that you hear a classical dancer has gone to ISRO. I know you went to IIST. Tell us a little bit about what were you able to impart there? Were you able to teach them how to dance, or was this, was it telling them that, this is a rich heritage that we have, let's mix it a little bit with science and see what it can come up
mix,
with?
because there are many areas that I worked in. I worked in the Department of Sociology and the Department of Avionics. We were looking at something, for me, as boring as human-computer interaction and incorporating science there. But for me, what was exciting was creating an astronomical sign language.
Yeah. Okay, can you elaborate on this? What is this?
Classified information. Okay. Yeah, but then, let us look at something. I'll slightly go to another branch of what I did was take learning, people with spatial temporal learning issues, or people with learning issues. So what I did was bring fundamental concepts of science and astronomy. And for example, we have the Navagrahas, right? But then they are basically based on the geocentric model. I took a very realistic approach, which is the heliocentric model. And based on that, the fundamental features of all the planets, right? I created a sign language for that. So that the children it becomes very easy for children to understand when it is done through spatial temporal learning. This is just one part of it. But of course, for the zero gravity environment, I think that was where my contribution was.
That's incredible. I think another thing that I know that's very personal to you is sort of taking dance to different spaces. And before I get on to that topic, I would like the audience just to see the next clip of Devika ji's. Yeah. to tell us, Devika ji, ki Stree Preksha, this is not where you usually see dance performances. You see them on a stage under lights with audiences. What prompted you to take this, and where is this happening? Yeah, can you
This
tell?
was done during COVID, so dancers were deprived of stages, and I thought we were so dependent on organizers, and I wanted to co-create something and with the temple, and I realized this was done impromptu basically. It was two of the singers, I was seeing them for the first time that day. And but I realized that unconventional spaces, the temple seems like a conventional space, but no, it is quite unconventional because I'm not dancing like the earlier. It's not like the dance of the Dasis or anything. I did a work vis-a-vis the architecture, and that came just suddenly. So basically, from self-expression to spatial expression, what happens when you take your art to different spaces, not just temples. I think uncertainties of that space, it kind of dictates what you need to do. And I see them not as challenges, but as opportunities to innovate. Yeah.
So, are you curious now to take the Indian classical dance to a more innovative spaces? Temple is where we started out. You've already made it accessible.
No, temple is a tantric installation site with much more challenges than you will find anywhere else. To make a work in a beach is very simple. To make a work in a mall is very simple. Not a temple.
Not in a temple?
No.
And,
right.
And any other space that you think the classical dance idiom can go?
Community space is where I took to the disability space. That's a space too. The term classical for me is also very dicey, if you ask me. Most often we've heard of our contemporaries or our peers saying it is only meant for for the enlightened, or they use the word prekshaka. For me, I kind of always begged to differ because I thought it was the limitation of the dancer. We talk about navarasas, right? Navarasas being the experience of the spectator, not what the dancer does on stage, by the way. What is the ninth rasa? Shanta. What is the sthai of Shanta? It's supposed to be sama. Sama means renunciation. According to scriptures or our dance text, it says renunciation from the worldly life or action. But sama most essentially means equal and equanimity. And if, the audience who see me, somebody sees me and says, oh, I don't understand dance, and either they're demeaning themselves or they're ridiculing the dancer. I don't want that to happen. So when you have an audience where you have both, a seasoned spectator and a new spectator, understand what is happening. And it is not the prerogative of the dancer to make them understand always, but I think for a concert you should have one for somebody, right? For everybody. And that time, I remember when I did crossover at the International Film Festival, Mumbai and Goa, it screened there for the first time. They started the inclusive and accessibility segment for the first time in the festival, and I think that is a great change. And I remember they were blind, they were the deaf, and they were the abled. At a point, everybody understood everything.
That's incredible. That's truly incredible if Indian classical dance can transfer to these communities. I asked this question to Ustad Ji, Mahindra Dagar Ji, and I'll ask you this as well, since we are talking about Virasat and Vikas. How do you see the Indian performing arts as being instrumental to the development of India? I think many people think, they are sort of being set back, set behind, not getting enough patronage. How significant do you see it in the scheme of things? Yeah.
I think first we have to consider the self. For me, dance has been transforming in the sense that we as human beings are not always, we are always evolving on a daily basis. As a dancer, I know that I have, above my underlying self, I have multiple personalities in the sense that I have multiple mental processes. What I think today is not what I think tomorrow. What I do today is not what I do tomorrow in my dance. And therefore, there is this kind of, you're kind of democratizing the complex version of yourself, right? And when you start doing that, you're also, when you take other people's compositions, other people's darshanas, whether it is Advaita, Vedanta, or whether it is, Nastika, or whether it is, the Buddhist philosophies, you actually learn to, even if you don't connect to them, you learn to respect. Right? And for me, this ability to move in and out of narratives has helped me understand that you need not connect or believe what you do, but you can actually respect the other person. Because knowledge as such is not absolute. right? It's not the absolute truth. It keeps changing. And I think if one does that within, it is very simple to do that on a larger spectrum, right? When you do that, your audience also understands.
I must tell you that Devika ji has not just been a great dancer, a choreographer. Last year, she took on a new role of acting. You did your Malayalam language debut. I think many people would have expected this should have been done sooner. Are you bitten by the acting bug? Is this something that you want to continue now? Anyways, all classical dancers are great abhinaya artists, so acting must come easily.
Yes, that's right.
Do you want to do more of it?
For that movie, it came easily. Not perhaps for everything else, it came in rather easily. It was a sweet role, and I think acting is acting whether on stage or on screen.
Great. I think we are all now waiting to watch Devika ji dance, and she's presenting something really special for the evening today. We'll just wait for the stage to clear up for a minute, and then maybe Devika ji can introduce what she'll be presenting.
Yeah, so actually I'm dancing with a car next to me for the first time. And
there's a first time for everything.
So I think whether it is Virasat or because we have to be discerning about both sometimes. So yeah, I'll do a work which is very, I think the motif is common to India, which is on Bhadragali, but the Bhadragali is not the very fierce Bhadragali that you see. She is very cheeky and she's very playful. This is composed, the lyrics are by a very famous social reformer of Kerala called Srinarayana Guru, by the name of Srinarayana Guru. And the music, and he was more, for me, his poetic brilliance was just something else. The music has been composed by T.M. Krishna, the orchestration is by myself, choreography by myself too. Here you find Bhadrakali, basically picking up skulls that she likes, and the poet actually describes her as somebody who creates, destroys, and maintains worlds with her eyebrows and her eyes. So it's kind of an abstract work, not much of explanation. It's an excerpt from the Bhadragali Ashtakam. Thank you.
We'll give her 30 seconds and then we'll begin the audio. We can have the audio now.
Shrimachangarapani pallavakidallalam alola Shrimachangarapani pallavakidallalam alola Shrimachangarapani pallavakidallalam alola Sanmala lola kalapakala kabari Sanmala lola kalapakala kabari Sanmala lola kalapakala kabari Balam श्रीभद्रकाळीं भजे कारुण्यामृत वारिराशिलहरी पीयूषवर्षावली बालाम्बां ललिताळकामनुदिनं श्रीभद्रकाळीं भजे मातङ्गश्रुतिभूषिणीं मधुधरीं वाणी सुधामोषिणीं मातङ्गश्रुतिभूषिणीं मधुधरीं वाणी सुधामोषिणीं मातङ्गश्रुतिभूषिणीं मधुधरीं वाणी धूविक्षेप कटाक्ष वीक्षण विसर्ग क्षेम संहारिणी धूविक्षेप कटाक्ष वीक्षण विसर्ग क्षेम संहारिणी मातङ्गी महिषासुर प्रमदी महिषासुर प्रमदी मातङ्गी महिषासुर प्रमदी माधुर्य धूर्याकरा श्रीकारोत्तर पाणि पङ्कजपुरी श्रीभद्रकाळीं भजे भीमचन्दनपाणिपल्लव इवल्लोलम्बम् आलोलसन् मालालोल कलापकालकबरी भारावरी भासुरी कारुण्यामृत वारिराशिलहरी पीयूषवर्षावली बालाम्बां ललिताळकामनुदिनं श्रीभद्रकाळीं भजे बालाम्बां ललिताळकामनुदिनं श्रीभद्रकाळीं भजे श्रीभद्रकाळीं भजे
Wasn't that just 6 minutes of watching an epitome of grace and beauty and emotions? Please extend a warm, warm applause again to Methil Devika ji. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Suhani, and thank you, ma'am. It was a fantastic performance, to say the least. We have just given this August audience 15 very good reasons to celebrate the diversity and heritage of India. And moving ahead, our next session is Navigating Change Through Preservation. Our speaker for this session is Maharani Ji Radhika Raje Gaikwad from Baroda. Welcome, ma'am, on stage. I will be in conversation with her. Please. Please give a round of applause to Radhika ji. Radhika ji I'll give you a quick introduction to the audience here. She is the titular Maharani of the erstwhile state of Baroda. But more than her title, she is known and adored, if I may say, as well, for the work she does, which is conservation of, she's a textile revivalist and conservationist for two kinds of saris, Chanderi and Baroda Shalu. We're going to speak to her today about preservation and what it takes to do preservation through, say, the sartorial graces of the Maratha royal families. Tell us about it. Why Chanderi and why Baroda Shalu?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. To come to your question immediately, the Baroda Shalu was woven in Banaras, but it was an intrinsic part of the Maratha sartorial choices, as was the Chanderi. These were not only worn by women, they were not just saris, but they were dupattas, which were worn ceremonially by men over the swords. Just to give you a brief, that a sword would be carried by Kshatriya men to the wedding, and I think a lot of people do even now. But it is always with a scarf or a dupatta to indicate that the sword is being carried in a moment for an auspicious occasion, and it's being born in times of peace, and it is not a threat. So there would always be a golden fabric that would embellish the sword. So that was a fabric. The pagadi or the safas or the turbans were made of Chanderi fabric as well, or woven in Banaras. So there was much utility that came from the fabrics of Chanderi or Baroda Shalu. Chanderi was worn by, of course, a lot of Maratha royal families. The Baroda Shalu receives its name because of the exclusive patronage of the Baroda family. And of course, the others would also get a pick from it once the royal families had their share of the saris that were commissioned. So these looms were exclusively working for the Baroda family, and every time there was a wedding or a birth or an auspicious occasion, new designs would evolve. And then the saris would be bought by a middleman to Baroda. So these are very, very important aspects of, it was just not for vanity, but there was tradition and functionality to the usage of those fabrics, and a lot of communities and families existed on and sustained themselves on the patronage from royal families like Baroda.
Yes, of course. Ma'am, you've been working with the artisans also quite a bit, giving them access to international markets, national markets, of course. Tell us about that and the challenges that you face in it.
Lot of challenges. The thing is that unfortunately the craft sector is entirely unorganized. It is the second highest employment generator in our country after farming. However, it is entirely unorganized. Even today, there's a report by the World Bank in 2003. I haven't unfortunately seen any research being done after that on this. But just to look at the education levels, about 90% of women that constitute the unorganized craft sector are uneducated. About 50% of household heads that are in the craft sector are uneducated. So how are we expecting them to be integrated into our organized sector of livelihood? They don't have access to transport. They are not able to accumulate enough money to take loans to buy raw materials and order and take orders in bulk. And then they get hit by pandemics and things like that, where they don't have the resources to buy material and they don't have access to markets to even sell what they have. So they're extremely challenging circumstances with which the artisan sector is working. It is extremely resilient. We have craft which is over 5,000 years old. Still existing in our country, and I have the greatest pride and respect for the craft community, but it needs to percolate to other people as well, and there has to be sensitization and awareness created for the craft sector. They have been badly hit by demonetization and GST. They don't know how to operate GST, so there are many challenges. They get hit by droughts. They get affected by even something like Manrega. Manrega is a lot of artisans who don't have employment are coming under Manrega, and you find them on the roads, laying roads and breaking rocks. And these are the hands and skills which are actually the repositories of our culture. Everything that we hold today tangibly as culture in our country, whether it is a garment, whether it is a carpet, whether it is music, everything has to do with craft and culture. And in the olden days, the patronage came from two places. It was the royal families and temples. But over time, the government is trying their best, but people like you and me now need to handhold the communities of craft for our future generations.
So that is where her role comes in. I mean, the erstwhile royal families who used to patronize these arts, but you do that by lending your persona to it. That is something which is why at the outset I said that she's respected greatly and adored by the people of Baroda who know her work very well. In addition to that, ma'am, also tell us about the potential that these handicrafts, Baroda Shalu and Chanderi in particular, but Indian handicrafts in general, have on a global scale, and what needs to be done to achieve that potential?
I think there's a lot of intervention that needs to come in. So considering that our population, the mass that we have, and it's the second highest employment generation, it only constitutes about 1.2% of the craft in the world reaching out. So our exports, that's a huge potential we need to look into. Design intervention needs to come into craft. The good news about craft is that it is sustainable, it is eco-friendly, because it's been there for centuries. It has always been harmonizing our ecology. So it is not a strain on our ecology. But we need to be able to bring in design intervention and have a direct interface between the artisans and the end consumer. What happens is the artisan is sitting in very remote areas in the villages, and they have no idea what you and I require in a flat in Bombay. And they continue to make craft in the proportions that they have been taught by their forefathers. So, someone needs to come in and tell them how that same skill can be adapted to make something which would be pocket-friendly and user-friendly for the rest of the world, which is now moving to cities. And it's going to be a great benefit if we are able to do that, because India is anyway a big brand now. We are talking about being globally efficient, and if we are able to carry this lineage outside, it would be terrific. It would also mean that a lot of migration which happens from villages to cities will stop, because they will have the employment and income coming in their very little villages and hutments. So my biggest request would be that everyone learns and sensitizes themselves towards craft, and the communities that survive on craft, they coexist. Our crafts survive because of these communities, and these communities survive because of craft. It's a very fine balance. And who says craft has to be tribal? This is a chanderi which we are weaving. This is a sari that we have revived from our old saris, and it's the most comfortable garment I can wear. So I think we all need to take pride in our culture, in where we come from, in our roots. I think as much pride we take in wearing a designer label, we should take as much pride in wearing a garment or a textile from our region, which is what makes us unique.
Yes, of course. It's something that you literally wear your identity on your sleeve and be proud of it. Moving on from your work with handicrafts, and let's look at the person that you are. Another cause that she associates with is the LGBTQ community and their empowerment. Can you speak a little bit about that? Why the cause and what next?
So during the lockdown, I was working with the different communities that had been affected by the pandemic, those who had lost a family member who was earning, rickshawalas, vegetable vendors, so on and so forth. And that's when I read a small snippet of an article saying 500 rupees ki rahat for the transgenders. So honestly, it had not even struck me till then because they're so invisible to us. And then I started exploring where are the LGBTQI communities in my city, and then I was able to identify the ghettos and segregated quarters that they were living in and align myself with a couple of NGOs that were working there. And I was able to reach out to about 250 families and give them dry rations. And that's when a kind of a relationship developed. I started inviting them into our organization, which is over 110 years old, but been working exclusively for women rights and women skill building. I opened those doors and invited the queer community to come in and start training. Today I have teachers and students from the community, and which propelled me to then start a cafe which gave an opportunity to people from all marginalized communities to come and work. So of course I have the LGBTQI, I have HIV positive people, I have widows, I have elderly people, I have disabled. The idea is to all those who feel distanced by society, find a space to be creative, to be able to connect with society, and to be able to earn a livelihood with dignity. And thank you.
Again, the person. Very, very intriguing about you is your journey from what we call a normal, non-royal upbringing to moving into possibly one of the biggest palaces in the country right now, in a real palace, Lakshmi Vilas Palace. We will see the video later. Tell us about how your life changed and how you have adapted to it.
So I come from a princely family myself. But my father was an IS officer, retired IS officer. So he was pragmatic enough to change with the times and embrace democracy. He's today 87. So he was one of the foremost people from royal families to take up a government job. And therefore I had an upbringing which was extremely well balanced between my traditional royal roots as well as a very egalitarian intelligentsia upbringing in Delhi. And I think that helped me navigate and have my feet firmly on the ground, but at the same time to be look beyond barriers and be able to connect with people for who they are. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And yes, I was my childhood was very, very. I mean, I traveled by public transport. We had budgets, and I would go and buy vegetables in the market. So it was, it was you could scale up and scale down as much as one could. And I think that was the idea. My parents brought up, ladki kahan jayegi, has to be able to adjust in every situation, and that's how I think I have been able to adapt.
And adapted very well indeed. With this, we come to the end of this session. We will be happy to know that we still have 2 minutes to go, so everybody will be thrilled that we are getting inching closer to the dinner. Thank you very much, ma'am. It was indeed a pleasure having you here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I also want to say I don't dress like this every day. I'm coming straight from a photo shoot for an interpretive publication. So please forgive me for looking like this.
Heading towards the end of this event now, I would like to call on stage Group Editorial Director Sridhar Chengappa to deliver his remarks. Please welcome on stage, sir. Okay, fine. All right. Okay.
May I request Dr. Narendra Jadhav to come to the stage, our chief guest for the evening. Please give him a warm round of applause. So we've come to our grand finale, and we're very delighted and honored that Dr. Narendra Jadhav, who wears many hats, very difficult to pin him down and say what really his achievements are, and he's got so many. He's a former Rajya Sabha member, an economist, a public policy expert, and I first met him as a member of the Planning Commission. I don't know if you remember that, almost 20 years ago, I think. A professor and an author. And he's very kindly agreed to come not only as our chief guest but also distribute the awards to the winners this year. So thank you very much, Professor Jadhav. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. I want to talk about, he's also an author, I had mentioned, and I want to talk about a book that is his memoir, actually. It's called Outcast. And the Outcast is spelled not like C-A-S-T, but with C-A-S-T-E, Outcast. And in this, he recounts his experiences of growing up as a Dalit in Nashik and then in Mumbai, and then goes on to highlight the all-pervasive discrimination and the subtle and yet persistent caste system that manifests itself despite the constitutional prohibition against such a thing. So let's begin, Dr. Jadhav, with this word outcast and the fact that you had to grow up in this atmosphere. What is the big change? Since we're talking about drivers of change, what if young Jadhav was here today and not in his village? First, let us talk about young Jadhav in his village. And now if you come here, what is the big change you see that's happened?
Thank you. Thank you, Raji, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure as well as an honor to be here to respond to your question, Raji. Let us start with the word outcast. Outcast is a family biography, autobiography, because it was written collectively and I finally penned it. Outcast is spelled as O-U-T-C-A-S-T-E. There is the E attached to that. That represents a very large segment of Indian society which has been kept for long outside, in the outskirts of the villages where they lived. And for centuries, they had to live life there. But then changes happened. And the main driver of change, we're talking about drivers of change. To my mind, Rajji, the main driver of change is education. Education is the one which makes all the difference. Education is the one which has made the difference from where I was, where I started, and where I am now.
And tell us when you started. Okay. What was the kind of discrimination you faced? What was your ambition at that time? And where have you reached?
I grew up in Mumbai, as a matter of fact, in central Mumbai, a part called Vadala. And my father was completely illiterate. Nobody in several generations before him, nobody had ever gone to school. Nobody. Mine is the first generation. I'm the first generation learner, so to say. So I grew up in Vadala, and my father was a class 4 employee in the Bombay Port Trust Railway. And I grew up in slum-like environment and later on in the chawls created by the Bombay Port Trust. And the atmosphere there was conducive to everything other than studies. But I had my father who made a lot of difference. Let me start with this small story. It's very important. My father had realized the importance of education. He knew that the only way the family can come up is through education. My father was very intelligent. It was just that he did not get an opportunity. I have a PhD from United States. If he had an opportunity, he would have got 2 or 3 PhDs. But he never got the opportunity. That was the caste system then. So he decided to put his children through a school. And he went to a Marathi school in Mumbai, Chabildas. Many of you might know Chabildas. And he went there and straight away met the headmaster and told him that I want to admit my child to your school. He was obviously going at the wrong time. He did not know the academic cycle. The school opens in June, ends in March or April. So the headmaster was a very nice person. He said, you have come at the wrong time. What you do is, you come back in this month and take the form, fill out the form, and in another month, you will get the admission, and then education will start. My father was not willing to wait. He was desperate. So he started arguing, he started pleading, he started begging, he started crying, and finally he started yelling. And he announced that until you admit my child, I'm not going to leave this room, and I'm going to do
Dharna.
Fast to death.
Wow.
Right in front of your office. Call the police if you like. But I'm not going to leave this place. And, it went on. Finally, somehow the headmaster relented. He had never seen anything like that. So he said that you go home and come back on Monday with your child and bring Sawa Akra Rupai. 11 rupees and 4 anna those days. And then my father goes on that day, and then the child was admitted to the school, and my father has written in his own special language that the child was taken to the class, the big teacher sent him to the class, and I also followed. And when I saw my child sitting there in the classroom, that is where the progress of my family began. And that child, mind you, became IAS officer of 1964 batch, wow. And he retired as the municipal commissioner of Mumbai. That was my eldest brother, J.D. Zadar.
But what was your ambition when you...
The environment in which I was growing, Raji, was conducive to everything other than education. But I had my father. But there, it was literally a jungle Raj. It was a jungle Raj where fighting was the rule. What we call gang wars was the rule. Every day it was going on. And one had to fight to survive. So my first ambition was to become a gangster. Now I find it very strange, and I used to fight very well. Because, you cannot survive in that jungle Raj without standing up and fighting. And you can't take comfort in anything else. You have to just defend yourself. From that situation, I learned a lot from that environment. I learned that you have to stand up and fight it out. Nobody is going to come to your help. That was my first ambition. My second ambition was equally strange. My second ambition was to become a peon. Imagine a peon. Why peon? Now I laugh at it. Why peon? Because there were so many imponderables, so many uncertainties in future that I thought that I must have a job which pays me, which is a permanent job, and it may be paying less, but then it must be a permanent job. See the insecurity which is imbibed into you when you come from that particular kind of community. So that was my second ambition. As I grew up, I learned that it is like stretching yourself. You raise your hand and you touch this place. Then you stretch yourself further. I can reach here. Oh, I can reach here. So you go on discovering yourself, and in that process, you go on building yourself. That is what I did to reach where I am right now.
And therefore my question comes right back is, if young Jadhav lived today, that young boy that was there, how different would the situation be? Has it changed, or are we still facing the discrimination, the kind of issues that you faced to get it? What is the change that has happened to Dalit boys, if you look at it?
Okay. Let me say this, that the caste discrimination in the blood form which prevailed at that time, there was a time not too long ago when it is hard to imagine for younger generation, but all Dalits had to wear, a earthen pot around their neck to prevent their spit from polluting ground. Wow. They could not touch anybody. Touching them was a sacrilege. That kind of thing is gone. Untouchability is abolished by law. However, I have to say this, that it still persists in the minds of people. It has become more sophisticated, and in this sophisticated form, it is more pernicious than what it was in the blunt form. So, if I was growing up now, I would not face open discrimination, but I would face a silent discrimination, because that is a part of the mindset of large number of people.
And
regrettable.
How does that silent discrimination show up? How do you discern that particular discrimination? How do you make it out and say?
Well, it is seen everywhere. When you apply for job, when you are getting admitted to school, everywhere. For example, there was an experiment that in US and something repeated here. Identical biodata were created for a large number of people for a position which was advertised for the namesake. Identical biodata, but one set of biodata had Dalit sounding names and other biodata had general sounding names, non-Dalit names. Can you imagine, with the identical biodata, the proportion of people who were called for the test and interview, it was 3 times larger than those who were with identical biodata, but names which were indicative of their Dalit caste. So that kind of mindset is there, which comes in the way.
In fact, I remember when you were Rajya Sabha member, you'd actually try to pass a private bill which said that the caste name should not be present in your names that were there. What happened to that, and did it ever move forward, and was it?
Yeah. When I was a member of parliament, I had moved a bill about dropping the surname, because surname is indicative of caste. In India, whether you like it or not, I have to say this, that people, when they meet and they exchange the preliminary conversation, where are you from, what is your name, where are you from, basically they are asking question, what is your caste? Once you know the caste, then you know where to place that person. First of all, the name indicates. Second, common connections or the region one is coming from. All this is indicative of the caste. That is what people want to know. Regrettable, but that is what the reality is. So, that kind of mindset would have to change. I would like to mention here that if you take a long-term view of Indian economy, I'm an economist among other things. Right. That's my basic training. Somebody has done a study of a very long-term evolution of Indian economy. Can you imagine in the year 1, when the Christian calendar began, Gregorian calendar began, year 1, do you know what was India's share in the global GDP? India's share, it is unbelievable, was 33%. Then by year 1500, it had become 25%. By year 1820, it had become even lower. At the time of the First World War, it had come to 8 to 9%. At the time of Second World War, it had come down even further. And it reached the low of only 3% in 1980s. Then came the reforms, 1991, metamorphic economic reforms, which were initiated by Dr. Manmohan Singh, my guru, and that made a lot of difference. So this long curve, which has been precipitously falling, is now going up. Why is it going up now? We are talking about India becoming a superpower. We're talking about Vikasit Bharat. This graph, consistently which has been falling, has been now rising. Today, we are at 8.5% of the world GDP. And China is 19% of the world GDP. Now, this graph is now going up, and we are at between 8 and 9% and rising. China is 19% and falling. Now, this graph change is happening not because the so-called high caste people who controlled and dominated the system, they are taking it up. It is those people who were confined to the outskirts. Now they are joining the mainstream and they are making this change. Interesting. They are making this difference. They are the drivers of change. I am simply one of them. There is a whole generation of young people, boys and girls, who are carving out a place for themselves in different areas, and they are trying to prove themselves. And this is a silent revolution that is taking place, and this silent revolution is really taking that graph upwards. And that's why I think Vikasit Bharat is possible if and only if the growth is inclusive growth. It cannot be growth confined to creating few billionaires. It should be growth which is broad-based, it is all-inclusive. Then alone one can think and talk in terms of Swarnim Bharat.
Excellent. Let's give him a very warm round of applause for that analysis. Thank you. And just coming to a couple of points, we're coming to the end of our conversation. But take a look at one of the things that we talked of was reservations. And that had an impact, as we saw in the 2024 general election, where there was fear among the community that the reservation that they had, what is the percentage around? 18.6% as Dalits in India?
No. Dalits are 15% plus scheduled caste and scheduled tribes together are 27%.
27%. Right, so there was that concern that was there. One of the things is that the argument is that how long would you persist with reservations? Where is there a time now to say, okay, merit should be the only criteria and no more, not just with Dalits, but backward castes and all. And since you are part of the planning commission, I'm not just referring to Dalits, is it time that affirmative action ends and now merit should be the only criteria to get either education institutions or jobs? Where do you stand on that debate?
If merit were the only criteria, which has been the case for a very long time, why did India's economic growth and share in the global economy precipitously fell? Because merit is not a function of the caste into which you are born. The difference between you and me is this, the opportunity. The difference between a touchable and untouchable is the opportunity. Given the opportunity, they can make it. And that is why you need reservation. That is why you need reservation to allow them to get education and prove themselves. And this is in the interest of not only those families, this is in the interest of nation as a whole. You know, I would like to recall a phenomenal speech that Dr. Ambedkar gave on 25th November 1949. That was the last day of submitting the discussion of the Constitution. Next day, the Constitution was approved, and 2 months later, India became Republic. His words were very important. He said that we are now entering into a life of contradiction. In politics, we have equality. One person, one vote, one value. However, in economic life, in social life, we have inequality. This is a contradiction. How long, he said, are we going to live this life of contradiction? If we live this life of contradiction for far too long, then those who suffer from this will blow up the very structure of constitution that this constituent assembly has so assiduously built. In other words, political equality is not synonymous. Political democracy cannot survive unless it is supported by social democracy and economic democracy. This is order of the day. So that is why I'm saying that reservation as affirmative action is not only in the interest of those people, it is in the interest of nation as well. We will not be able to sustain our political democracy unless it is supported by social and economic democracy.
And that, I think, brings us to end. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. It fits with the theme, drivers of change. We need change, dramatic change, otherwise we'll face the consequences. That's your larger message. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jadhav, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Raji. Thank you all very much.
We may now request you to stay on the stage and for the award function as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jadhav. Request Sir Arad sir for you to present him a token of our appreciation. Yeah, please. Yeah, please. Please remain on stage, sir. And I also request Neha Anand, Vice President and Head of XUV Brand Portfolio and International Marketing, Mahindra Automotive, to please come on stage. I also request Asha Kharga, Group Chief Customer and Brand Officer, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, to please come on stage. And Yogendra Pratap, Editor of Auto Today, please come on stage. And this is the part where we begin the most anticipated part of the evening. We start with the award giving ceremony. We start with our first awardee, Dr. Vishal Rao, oncologist and robotic surgeon, Trustwell Hospital in Bangalore. May we please have his video? Yes.
So I'm Dr. Vishal Rao. I'm a surgical oncologist specializing in the field of head and neck surgical oncology. I'm currently working with HCG. We are a chain of cancer centers. We are about 28 cancer centers now globally. I think drivers of change are people who try to embrace change and not resist it. Change is the only thing permanent in today's world. We should get the Nobel Prize in Science before that. 1930 was the time we got the first one in science and the last one. And after that, people have got Nobel Prizes, but they had to lose their citizenship or lose their country to get that Nobel Prize.
Request you to come on stage, please. Dr. Vishal Rao is an oncologist and surgeon, as we saw, embarked on a life-changing journey in 2013 when he met a security guard who had lost his voice to throat cancer. He was inspired to do something about it, and this led to the innovation of a voice prosthesis that cheats the brain into using the food pipe as its voice box. His innovation has benefited thousands of patients, many of whom had not spoken in years. Moving on, is our next awardee, Dr. Shalini Mishra, Director of Dhyan Foundation, Gaushala Cow Protection Activist. May we have the video, please?
मैं डॉक्टर शालिनी मिश्रा हूँ, बॉम्बे से हूँ। 2019 में मैं यहाँ पर आई। जो पहले लॉट में हमारे पास गौवंश है बीएसएफ से, उसमें एक छोटा सा बच्चा आया, उसकी पूंछ में बम था, तो बम वगैरह कट करके उसको सरवाइव कराना बहुत मुश्किल था। तो उसको प्यार दे दे के उसको बड़ा किया, तो गुल्लू मेरा फेवरेट हो गया। और वो हर चीजों को समझता भी है। कलयुग में कर्म के मार्ग के लिए कर्म करना क्या है वो एक सोच में पड़ गई थी, तो उन्होंने कहा गौ सेवा और नंदी सेवा, यही मुख्य है।
Please come on stage, Dr. Mishra. In 2019, she established a sprawling Gaushala in East Singhbum district, now a sanctuary for nearly 14,500 cattle. Her work has helped not only the bovines but also created a sustainable livelihood and is nurturing a deeper bond with nature for the communities living in the area. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Moving on, our next awardee is Dinesh Bhil, archery trainer at Eklavya Archery Academy in Naswadi, Gujarat. The video, please.
मेरा नेम दिनेश भाई भील, एकलव्य तीरंदाजी एकेडमी नसवाड़ी का जो फाउंडर हूँ। 2005 से लेके आज तक एकलव्य तीरंदाजी एकेडमी के जो बच्चे हैं, 35 बच्चे नेशनल मेडलिस्ट है और एक बच्चा इंटरनेशनल हुआ है। 38 गोल्ड मेडल, 34 सिल्वर मेडल और 40 ब्रॉन्ज मेडल, ऐसे 112 मेडल नेशनल लेवल में हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे ने जीता है।
Dinesh bhai, please come on stage. His students also include his daughter Tejal, who has excelled at national events. Also inspiring is his perspective on education as a key to breaking repressive traditions and empowering children. Next awardee is Kamya Jani, social media influencer. Due to unavoidable circumstances, she won't be able to come today. So we will play the video, please.
Ever since I was a child, I had this innate desire of, traveling the whole world, exploring different cultures, trying different cuisines. So while I was working at a news channel as a news anchor and as a journalist, there was one really short segment around food and travel, which really got me excited looking back at my childhood dream, right? So I quit my paying job and said that I will give myself 1 year before I go back to my job if things don't work out. But there was no looking back since then.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next awardee, Morningstar Kongtho. He's an environmental activist, founder and chairman of Living Rose Bridges Foundation. The video, please.
A heartfelt thank you to Mahindra.
Hi, my name is Morningstar Kongtho. I'm a resident of Rangkling village in Peninsula, which is 50 kilometers away from Shillong, our capital. So I represent as the chairman of the Heritage Committee. I'm the chairman and the founder of the Living Foundation, a grassroots voluntary organization which works for conservation, rebuilding, reinforcement of the living root architecture in Meghalaya. We are very thankful to the leadership of the clan elder, who are the landowner of this place. Through their idea, through their wisdom that God has given to them, that they see the future of these living bridges.
Morning Star, please come on stage. These bridges are crafted from ficus elastica roots by the Khasi tribe. His work involves not only maintaining the bridges, but he also educates the communities about their culture and ecological value. Our next awardee is Radhika Raje Gaikwad, handicraft crusader and textile revivalist. May we have the video, please? Yes.
Namaskar, my name is Radhika Raje Gaikwad. I like to believe I'm a crusader for craft, marginalized communities like the LGBTQI, women, disabled. I feel very passionately about heritage and conservation of heritage and wildlife. And today my true calling, I believe, is the conservation of craft, conservation of our heritage, the documentation of all the priceless products that our Indian artisans have made, and the traditions and values that have been passed down by word of mouth from generations down.
Please come on stage, ma'am. Radhika ji's work is also recognized for the CDS Art Foundation, which works to align artisans with designers and bridges gap between them and the end consumer. Our next awardee is Ustad Bahauddin Dagar. Please come on stage, sir. No, I'm sorry. Just wait a moment. We'll play the video first. I apologize.
This is Mohi Bahauddin Dagar. I am an Indian classical musician. The lineage of the genre is about 1,000 years old, and the Rudravina kind of came into being around the 12th century. And we have practiced this form, which is called Drupad, in our family for the last 20 generations. My entire life has been a kind of a study of the arts. From my childhood, my maternal uncle introduced me to painting and to jazz music and a whole lot of other genres of music.
Please come on stage, sir. Ustadji was introduced to the Rudravina by his father, Ustad Zia Mohiuddin Dagar. Thank you, sir. Our next awardee is Jagat Bhai Kinkhapwala, environment activist and Sparrow Man of India. Please play the video.
Namaste, Jagat Kinkhapwala from Ahmedabad, working on Save the Sparrows since 2012. So learned many things from sparrows, and that inspired me. The success of it inspired me to work on other birds, and then the organic treatment in the gardens, then Prakrutik treatment, the need of the hour. It is very simple that very few people like me are working on these. If one man can do so much of work, if I have a workforce of 7,000 people, I'm damn sure that I can change the whole scenario of city.
Please come on stage, sir. His books have also spread a lot of awareness. And I saw that he's carrying some of the nests that he distributes. Our Our next awardee is Mithil Devika, Muniyattam dancer, dance guru and performer. Can we play the video, please?
My name is Mithil Devika. I like to call myself a practitioner academic of dance, and Mohiniyattam is my main medium. I am presently a postdoctoral fellow for the Higher Secondary Education Council. I realize I am a driver of change only through people and through feedback. It is when I know that people say I have inspired them and my work has inspired them. I think even saying that I'm an unprejudiced artist itself has prejudice, so I would just like to be.
Please come on stage, ma'am. Her classical dance movement vocabulary is one that should be appreciated and understood by all. That's her philosophy. It has seen her revolutionize India's ancient rich classical dance from Kerala by merging Indian sign language with the traditional hasta mudras, hand gestures, in her performances. Under her initiative, Dance Philanthropy and Social Inclusion, she has ensured her art reaches not just the connoisseurs and lovers, but also the hearing and speech impaired individuals. We'll move on to our next awardee, Dr. Sudha Varghese. Can we have the video, please?
I am Sudha Varghese. My birthplace is Kerala, and I came to Bihar when I was 16 years old. When I was studying in class 8, someone brought one magazine to the class and everyone was eager to see what was there. So there was one chapter on Bihar, and it was mainly on the poor, untouchable, the deprived class or community in Bihar. In my mind it was like, why should such poor people be anywhere? And why should they not have a home?
As Chief Executive Editor of Nari Gunjan, she has meticulously crafted programs in literacy, vocational training, healthcare, and advocacy for Dalit girls and women to reclaim their dignity. Our next awardee is Yogesh Malviya, Malcolm Coach of Shahjahanpur District. May we play the video, please?
मेरा नाम योगेश मालवीय है। भारत सरकार द्वारा खेल में सर्वश्रेष्ठ पुरस्कार जो दिया जाता है द्रोणाचार्य अवार्ड मुझे मिला है। तो हमारे यहाँ सावन मास की जो निकलने वाली जो महाकालेश्वर की सवारी निकलती है उसमें शौर्य प्रदर्शन के रूप में मलखम खेल होता था। उसी से प्रेरणा लेकर हमने मलखम की शुरुआत की थी। हमारे यहाँ पर लाठी, डंबल्स, तलवारबाजी, उसी के साथ साथ मलखम का भी एक शौर्य प्रदर्शन होता है। खिलाड़ी अगर हमारे बीच में आता है, मलखम खिलाड़ी सिर्फ खेल के क्षेत्र में नहीं आगे बढ़ता है, वो चाहे किसी भी क्षेत्र में हो, वो आगे बढ़ने का उसको बहुत चांस होता है।
Thank you. Yogesh ji, please come on stage to receive the award. It was at the age of 5 that Yogesh joined the Achyutanand Vyayam Shala to learn Malakam, and in 2006 he secured an appointment at District Malakam Coach in Shahjahanpur. He has been awarded Madhya Pradesh's Vishwamitra Award in 2012 and the Dronacharya Award in 2021, becoming the first person in India to receive the award for the Malakam discipline. Our next awardee is Nilesh Manlewala, organ donation and awareness activist, founder and president of Donate Life. May we play the video, please?
नीलेश मंडलेवाड़ा, फाउंडर डोनेट लाइफ। हमारी संस्था डोनेट लाइफ पिछले 20 सालों से समाज में अंगदान के प्रति जन जागृति का और ब्रेन डेड व्यक्ति के परिवारजनों को अंगदान के बारे में समझा के उनके अंगदान करवा के अंग विफलता के मरीजों को नया जीवन देने का कार्य कर रही है। स्ट्रीट प्ले है, वोकाथॉन है, अलग अलग माध्यम से हम लोग अंगदान के बारे में समझाते हैं।
Nilesh bhai, please come on stage. Nilesh bhai turned a traumatic personal experience of his father's kidney failure into a mission of saving life, saving importance, spreading awareness about organ donation. Our next awardee is Neha Juneja, CEO and co-founder of Greenway Appliances. Shall we play the video, please?
So I'm Neha Juneja. I am a serial entrepreneur having previously co-founded Greenway Gramin, which is a rural energy enterprise, energy and climate action. And more recently, India P2P, which is a lending platform which enables retail investors to invest directly into India's best asset class, which is women entrepreneurs. So our ambition is to become India's largest source of alternate capital for women and small business owners. And right now we're just on track to build on this momentum that we have right now and get to that goal.
Please come on stage, ma'am. Greenway Smart Stove reduces smoke by 70% and cuts fuel usage by 65%, making it not only health conscious but also environmentally friendly. Our next awardee is Vimal Govind MK, co-founder and CEO Gen Robotics Innovations. Let's play the video, please.
Myself, Vimal Govind MK. Me with my 4 other co-founders started Gen Robotics long back. So the idea was to use the interest in robotics and create something for our soldiers. We are sending machines even to another planet and controlling it from here. But 10 meters down the ground, people are going into human waste in order to, maintain it. We find this is not a technological, problem. It's more like people are not putting their effort into this sector. Their mission is change every manhole to raw purple. It should not call manhole.
Please come on stage, sir. Thank you. Congratulations. Our last awardee is Pawan Chandana, co-founder and CEO at Skyroot Aerospace. Can maybe play the video, please?
My name is Pawan. I'm co-founder and CEO of Skyroot Aerospace. I'm a mechanical engineering graduate from IIT Kharagpur, and I was very fascinated with rockets, and then joined ISRO as a scientist. And then I spent a good amount of time in ISRO as a scientist there. I was part of India's largest rocket program. And then I thought India needs a great private space agency. And then then started Skyroot Aerospace in 2018. So Skyroot has launched India's first privately developed rocket. That is the true dawn of private space sector in the country.
Due to unavoidable reasons, Mr. Chandana has not been able to come today. Mr. Sirish Palikonda, VP Business Launch Service, Skyroot Aerospace, will receive the award. Yeah. Before I call all the awardees to come on stage for a group photograph, there is a video message from one of the influencers. Let's look at that.
A heartfelt thank you to Mahindra and Mahindra as well as the India Today group for this recognition and this award. Well, this recognition is not just mine, but for every explorer, every traveler, every storyteller who takes pride in India's rich diversity. Celebrating India's rich culture and heritage is my passion. But this recognition only reinforces the importance of keeping our stories alive. So thank you very much for inspiring me to keep going and continue to tell wonderful stories about India.
That's Kamya Jani, of course. I request all the awardees to please come on stage with your trophies and for a group photograph. Please come. With this, we come to the end of the event. Dinner is served. Please join us outside. Thank you.